Alohu. El Shaddai Lehenu Olea Botenu. Abiyama Mabiyis Kabwabiyako. Atakwados Wishmeka Kwados Baruch Shemeka Olam Wae. Wisham the Bene Israel Shabbat La Soda Shabbat La Dorotam Bene Ola. Beli Bene Israel Otilola. Kisha Shekari Masa El Shaddai Wa Shemai. Where Tahanis Ubayom Mashbi Shabbat Wa Inafash. Baruch Shemeka, Baruch Yemeneka, Baruch Torateka, Baruch Kudushateka. El Shaddai Melech, El Shaddai Malach, El Shaddai Lolam Wahe. Baruch Shem Kabod Makuto Lolam Wahe. Baruch Kabod Lohim Min Kumo Melech Elyon. Aluhu Lolam Wahe. First of all, I'd like to give all honor and praise to the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, the God of Jacob, the great mighty revered God, the Most High God, who bestows loving kindness, possesses all things, who remembers the pious deeds of the patriarchs, the Most High, slow of anger, great in kindness, forgiving iniquity and transgressions, but who will by no means clear the guilty, visit the iniquities of the fathers upon the children to the third and fourth generation. The Most High's work is perfect, for all his ways of justice, the God of faithfulness, and without iniquity, just and right is he. You may be seated. Giving due respect and honor to a head in Israel, Chief of Chief Eleazar, to the chiefmen, princes, brothers and sisters, I say unto you, the tongue of my forefathers, Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom.
I want to elaborate on something. I want to get something through. Because during my teachings last week, I said that in Judges 19, there was a woman who was a concubine to a Levite. She ran off from her husband to her father's house, right? Now, that tell you it was something was going on.
Yeah.
Why I say that? Because when the Levite went back to speak to her, according to her mind, the Levite went back to speak to her according to her mind, which means he went to find out what was the reason, what was her feelings, what she had in her, what caused her to leave, because she's not just gonna leave like that. Those are your concernments. Those was the things that this Levite was concerned with concerning his wife. Now, because of that, she left and went to her father's house, which, when we read, it states that she committed whoredom. Now, whoredom, you don't have to have sex to commit whoredom.
Right.
You can leave off, or you can turn away, or you can go astray and commit whoredom. All right? So it's nothing wrong. Just want to clear, nothing wrong with going to see your parents. Nothing wrong with going to see your father. Nothing wrong with going to see your mother. You know what I mean? That connection will always be there between parents and children. Right? Just wanted to clear that up. Emotions. Right? There was a man named Elkanah in 1 Samuel, right? Elkanah loved his wife. But his wife, she could not conceive. She couldn't have babies. She couldn't bear. She couldn't have children. And what Elkanah what Elkanah went to his wife and told his wife. He said, am I better to thee than 10 sons? Huh? Because the desire of a woman when she's with a man is to have his children. Now, today, 2024, the desires has been shifted. It's been shifted. A woman will be with you and would not want to have children. And would not want to have children. Where the man will desire it. Right? Love, and that's the love. Another definition of love, right, is finding the gratification out of seeing your wife happy. That's what satisfies you. You know why? That coincides with Elkanah. Hannah was sad. That affected him. That's why he went to her and said, listen, babe, come on, baby. He said, I'm supposed to be better than you than 10 sons. I can't walk around here seeing you sad, seeing you down. So when men see their woman affected by certain things, at that present moment, it may be a conflict, but in the future, there will be changes. Why? Because the man become affected by that, right? Look at here. Studies shows that women had greater regulations of emotional response to negative stimuli. You know what negative stimuli is? Negative things. They respond better to negativity than the positive. This is studies, psychological studies, scientific studies by a woman. A woman. She checked it out. Right? Okay. Emotional response to negative stimuli, which means that they compound negative emotions. Women compound their misery by burying the original. You know what that means? They forget about the past, how things was in the past, how things was going good in the past, the things that the man sacrificed in the past, the love, the love and the things that the man sacrificed in the past for your love and your feelings. And for one instance, the past is buried. They forget how you treated them in the beginning. They forget the feelings and the love that I showed for you in the beginning because of one instance.
You on fire, brother.
Or because of one instance. Okay? And they hold it. And they refuse to let it go. Check it out. This is from a woman. Huh? A woman. Now check this out. Do you think my mother could have stayed with my father for over 50 years if she reacted or for every negative impulse? Oh, that's why marriages don't last.
That's why. Talk about it, drama.
That is why marriages don't last. This is from a woman.
Get out my face.
Hold up. I said women compound their misery by burying the original primary emotion under a layer of negative emotions, which increase what? Your sufferings. Which increases your sufferings. It also makes it very hard to access the thought that created the principal negative emotions. You're not going to think clearly. You're not going to pinpoint it. Because you reacted instead of thinking. And when you're thinking and analyzing the situation, that takes time. That takes time. You can't react immediately off an impulse. I said that takes time. Okay? It increases the negative emotions, which increases your sufferings, right? It also makes it very hard to access the thought that created the principal negative emotions. Because you got too much. It's too much you're absorbing in your brain at one time. So you're not able to think past your nose. You're just going to react. Toxic emotions are feelings of anger. Toxic emotions are feelings of anger, guilt, shame, anxiety, fear, self-loathing, regret, bitterness, and resentment. And a woman said that. Again, you can't make decisions off of feelings because in time, your feelings changes. I said in time, your feelings changes. And we read about that in the book. Negative stimuli is when something causes antagonism. Now, there's an undesirable consequence, right, of difference and a difference in the outcome that does not favor the treatment. The outcome outcome didn't solve the treatment, didn't solve nothing. You just made it worse. You do not have to accept negative thoughts that keep coming up in your brain that's going to cause a negative outcome. Don't entertain it. Why? And you have to challenge those thoughts with what God said. That's the key. You challenge those negative thoughts according to what you read in the book. Something doesn't, just because your brain comes up with something, doesn't mean it's true. Right. Maybe it's something you struggle with. Right. With that, what you struggle with, that needs to be worked on by you. Take them thoughts outside of yourself and examine it. And that takes time, not reaction. It takes time to think certain things through. And not reaction. And not immediate reaction to those negative thoughts. Now you start by saying, is this a helpful thought? What kind of thought is it? 9 times out of 10, does it make you feel good because of the outcome? So don't hold yourself hostage to those negative thoughts, because the only thing that's going to come out of negative thoughts is negative reaction, and you made the situation worse. Let's go to Numbers 16.
Numbers chapter 16.
Numbers chapter 16.
Now Korah, the son of Izhar, the son of Kohath, the son of Lewi, and Dathan and Abiram, the sons of Eliab, and On, the son of Peleth.
Hold on. Before we go there, I want to go into a point, right? In Judges, right? This is what it says in Judges. Now God told us to destroy these 7 nations that was greater and mightier than thou. Right. The 7 nations that was much more greater and mightier. God knows best. And without God on our side, we would have lost. We would have got conquered. We would have got demolished. We would have got destroyed. But God was on our side. God was on our side. Okay? Now, these are the nations which the Lord left to prove Israel by them, even as many of Israel as had not known all the wars of Canaan. Now you see why God, the Creator, left those nations to prove us. God leaves certain things around to prove you. God is going to use the internet to prove you. There's no more nations. God is going to use YouTube to prove you. The world and everything that you see that is negative and against God, God is going to use those same things to prove you. Why? Because you think like them. And he's going to use the things that you accept that is wrong against you to see if you truly did the work on yourself to change for the betterment of God. All right? So only that what? That the generation of the children of Israel might know to teach them war at the least, such as before, knew nothing before. Namely, 5 lords of the Philistines, and all the Canaanites, the Sidonians, the Hivites, that dwelt in the Mount Lebanon, from Mount Baal Hermon unto the entering in of Hamath. And they were to prove Israel by them, to know whether they will hearken unto to the commandments of the Lord, which he commanded their fathers by the hand of Moses. Right? But they didn't. So what they did? It said they took their daughters to be their wives and gave their daughters to what? To their sons. And they served their gods. And the children of Israel did evil in the sight of the Lord and forgot the Lord their God and served Baalim and the groves. Go where I told you at.
Numbers chapter 16.
And that was the problem. That was the problem. That was the beginning of the problem. That's why the Creator commanded us to wipe out these 7 nations. That's why. Go ahead, read.
Now Korah, the son of Izhar, the son of Kohath, the son of Lewi, and Dathan and Abiram, the sons of Eliab, and On, the son of Peleth, sons of Reuben, took men. And they rose up before Moses with certain of the children of Israel, 250 princes of the assembly, famous in the congregation, men of renown.
Famous. Korah, the son of Izhar, These are all princes and chiefs and men with high-ranking men within the nation. Okay? Now, what they did, famous in the congregation. You know what it says for famous in the Hebrew? It says Querie. Querie means chosen ones, the called ones, the selected ones, the chosen ones. Tom Sheep.
And they gathered themselves together against Moses and against Aaron, and said unto them, Ye take too much upon you, seeing all the congregation are holy, every one of them.
He said what? You take too much upon you. You take too much upon you. Right? Seeing what?
Seeing all the congregation are holy, every one of them.
Now hold up right there. Go back to verse 3, right? It said, famous in the congregation, men of renown. Right? The word in the Hebrew word for men of renown is Anshe Shem. Right? Renown means what? Highly honored. A state of being widely acclaimed. You okay? Widely acclaimed. Widely acclaimed means what? Publicly praised by a lot of people. Right? Now, the word is Anshe Shem, right? Let me see. Where am I? This is number 16. Okay, Anshe Shem. Genesis 6, right? I want to show you a point. Point here. In Genesis 6, verse 4. Genesis 6, verse 4, it states what? Men of renown. But it doesn't say Anshe Shem. In Genesis 6, it states Anshe Hashem. So what's the difference now? Anshe Shem and Anshe Hashem. They're two different meanings. There's two different meanings. Anshe Shem means famous men, men of renown. In Genesis 6, when it states that the angels came down, evil angels came down from heaven and went into the daughters of men, it states Anshe Hashem. Anshe Hashem are what? Are what? Men of the name of God. Men called after the name of the Creator. But people say that's a Christian terminology. Angels didn't come down. You know what happened when those angels came down and went into the daughters of men? They wasn't able to go back. They wasn't able to report back to God after that violation. That act was not supposed to be done. They was not able to go back. Okay, now go ahead. Where we at? Verse 3.
And they gathered themselves together against Moses and against Aaron, and said unto them, Ye take too much upon you.
He said, they gathered themselves against who?
Against
Moses and Aaron. What they told him?
You take too much upon you, seeing all the congregation are holy, every one of them.
He said, listen here. They talking junk now. He said, you putting too much on your shoulders. You're taking too much upon yourself. You holy, I'm holy, we all holy. We in the same bracket, which is false. Which is false. Me and you are not in the same bracket. Everybody holds different levels and different stages with God. You know how? According to what you do and how you live and how you think. That's why when you serve God, when you're doing these laws, these commandments, these statutes, you got to watch your actions and the things that you do. When you serve God and doing these laws, you got to watch how you think. And we cannot continue to add on to what the book says. We can't add on to what the book says. We can't put a reason to what the book said or an explanation to what it's already explained. It's already explained. But people want to substantiate and curve the word of God to justify the things that they do. Okay, let's read it. What verse we at?
Middle of 3.
Let's read it.
Wherefore then lift you up yourselves above the congregation of the Lord. Verse 4. When Moses heard it, he fell upon his face.
That's the first thing Moses did. He said when he heard these blasphemous words, the first thing he did was prostrate before God. That's the first thing he did. Go ahead.
And he spake unto Korah and unto all his company, saying, even tomorrow the Lord will show.
Okay, go ahead. I see it. Go ahead. Read.
Even tomorrow the Lord will show who are his and who is holy.
You see how he said? He said tomorrow. He said, God gonna prove to you, Korah, Dayton, Abiram, and God gonna show you who he chose, who belonged to him, who's his. Go ahead, read.
And who is holy.
And who is holy. Now, do we really know what holy means? Holy means to set apart. Set yourself apart from the neighboring people that we live amongst. We can't do the same thing. We can't live the same way. We can't think the same like they think. We can't do nothing the same like them. That's what my pops said, I'm not like them. My father said, he said, I am not like them. I don't move like them. I don't enjoy the things they enjoy. I don't delight in the things that they delight in. When you find yourself delighting and enjoying in the things that the heathens delight and enjoy in, you still have a lot of work to do with yourself. So before you leave this earth, you have to be completely changed, 100% changed, to where you don't think like them, you don't walk like them, you don't do nothing like these people today, to where you can go to God and tell God and say, I am not like them. Don't deal with me accordingly. Huh? My father said that, man. Oh my gosh. He said, oh Lord God, he said, I'm not like them. He said, don't deal with me like you deal with these people out here, because I ain't the same like them. Strength, those are strengthful words. And I remember all those strengthful words, all those words of strength that he said to us. We must remember those words and start putting these words into actions, because people want to talk about the last days. This is the last days. This is the last days. Everything that was spoken about in the book, where men want to be women, men want to have children now, changes of kind. We spoke about that here. Yeah, these are the last days. Let's read it.
And who is holy?
Oh, hold up. Set apart. Huh? Set apart. Right? Transcendence. Transcendence means to go beyond ordinary limitations. Beyond average. You take it here, I'm going further with it. I'm going further with it. To where, what I mean by that, when things are not explained in the book, you do it out. Because you may be in violation of the commandments or the laws of God. Right? A condition of moving beyond physical needs and reality. Right? Now, in verse 5, what verse you at?
I'm at verse 5 in the middle.
Yeah, go ahead now. Verse 5, read verse 5 again.
And he spake unto Korah and unto all his company, saying, even tomorrow the Lord will show who are his and who is holy, and will cause him to come near unto him.
And will cause him to come near to him. Whom he had chosen will he cause to come near unto him. So in order for you to have a desire to read and the desire to pray, God must have chosen you. He must have saw something good in you, the willingness to serve God. Therefore, he's looked at you, try your heart. He said, this guy here, I can try. I can deal with this guy here, because he has the determination to serve God. So now you start doing things to draw yourself closer to God. Now, how would the Creator cause you to come near to him so that you can be one of his chosen? Right? The first thing we need to have is a conscience. If you don't have a conscience, you can't serve God. Because when you have a conscience, that's when you are able to make amends for your wrongdoing.
Right.
You're able to make amends for the things that I have done to offend God. You bethink yourself and back up and say, man, you know I was wrong. I was wrong. And the only way to show God that you was wrong for a violation in the book is to stop. Stop doing it and start replacing something that's righteous in the book to replace what you did that was wrong. Improve, ta'teeb. That's what God told Cain. I said, that's what the Creator told Cain. Now, he said, if you do good, if you improve, you'll be accepted. But if you don't do good, then sin lies at the door. At what door? The doors of your mind. It will be frequent here. And unto you shall it be your desire. But God gave us power over those evil and negative spirits. We just succumb to it because what? Why we succumb to negative things that's against God? Why? Why do we succumb to these things? Because you're negative and you refuse to change according to the way that God wants you to change. You are not telling yourself that this is wrong and I shouldn't be moving this way. You're justifying yourself. And because you're justifying yourself, you can't see the wrong in yourself. You can't see the wrong in yourself. Right? Now, everybody don't have a conscience. That's what you need in order for God to cause you to do certain things to draw near to him. So if you have a conscience about yourself, if you have a conscience, you're going to read the book. If you have a conscience, you're going to read the book. That's number one. Because you're not going to learn the ways of God if you don't read. You're not going to know how God thinks if you don't read. You ain't going to know what God approves of if you don't read. You're not going to know what God don't accept if you don't read. It is easy. Whatever you don't read in the book, don't do it. Stay away from it. Stay away from it. Right? Let's read.
Verse 6.
Verse 6.
This do. Take you censers Korah and all his company, and put fire therein, and put incense in them before the Lord tomorrow.
He said, this do. This is what I want you to do. Take incense. Now, the Hebrew word for incense is what? Quitoret. Quitoret. Now, mind you, nowhere in the book you can show me where our forefathers burned incense in the house because your house stinks. Your house smells frowsy and it stinks. So now you want to burn incense to get the sin out. But I read in the book where if you burn those incense and those frankincense and it wasn't burnt to God during the sacrifices of God or the offerings, they killed you. You died for that. You died for that. So that's why I don't burn incense here. Right? Now, I want to show you something in Isaiah 66 because it did not explain it. It didn't explain it. It just said if you burn incense, right? If you burn incense, we're going to read it. I don't want to say, let's read from the beginning. I'm going to read from the beginning. Stay where you at. It said, thus saith the Lord. He said, the heaven is my throne. What deity or what idol speaks such things? He said, the heaven is my throne. When you look up Kis A, it means the seat of honor. He said, the heaven is my seat of honor. He said, and the earth is my footstool. This planet Earth that you live on, I rest my foot on it. He said, I rest my foot on it. He said, where's the house that you build unto me? We neglected the house of God. We built the house where, and how we show neglection. How did we neglect the house of God? By not bringing up our tithes, by not bringing up our offerings, by not bringing up our different offerings, because by us not bringing up our offerings and our tithes, guess what happened? The priests and the Levites had to leave because they wasn't eating. They wasn't eating. And that's how they ate. So they had to abandon the house. He said, where's the house that you build unto me? And where's the place of my rest? For all those things had my hand made, and all those things had been, saith the Lord. But to this man will I look. What is the word for look? In the Hebrew, it says abit, aleph, bet, yod, tet. It means to look, right? When he said, but to this man will I direct my attention to. There is certain things that we can do in life to cause God's attention to draw towards us, right? To examine, to regard, right? What does regard means? To consider. So when God regards you, when God considers you, that's when he told King David, he said, you did not have to sleep with Uriah's wife. He said, if you would have asked for dust and dust and dust, he said, I would have gave it to you because I considered you. I regarded you. You see how God moves? Once we please God by fulfilling his laws, commandments, and statutes, he considers you. Gives you things and take care of you and do things for you that's gonna please you. That's gonna benefit you. Okay? Now, to consider a feeling of respect, to examine means to inspect someone in detail to determine their nature or condition. That's heavy. That's what God does. And in order for God to see the real you, he had to examine you. In order to know the real you, the real man or real woman, they have to be examined and put through certain things to see if they're going to break, to see if they're going to run, to see if your love is truly grounded. Huh? See how faithful you is. And that's how God dealt with man and dealt with man. Now, to inspect means what? To look at someone closely, to assess their condition and discover your shortcomings. Huh? To assess means to evaluate your conditions. Huh? And by your conditions being evaluated, it discovers your shortcomings. It covers where you're coming short at, what you need to work on, because your shortcomings is what caused you to break. Huh? Your shortcomings is what causes you to break. And that's what life, period. That's what dealing with God. That's what dealing with people. Your shortcomings is what causes you to break. Right? Okay, you see where I'm at. But to this man will I look, even to him that is poor, right? Poor, and of a contrite spirit, and trembling at my word. So these three things we need to have in order to gain the attention of God. Poor in the Hebrew is ani, means to be humble. That's number one. A humble spirit can't serve God. If you're not humble, you can't serve God. What does humble means? Modest, low estimate of one's own importance. Huh? When you think a humble person thinks about their actions. They think about their actions affecting the next person. Huh? By me moving this way, how would you feel, or how would that affect this person? By you doing this, it's affecting this one. So you stop. Well, I ain't violating the law. That's the first thing a person that's not humble start to say. Well, I'm not violating the law. That's just me. Well, that maybe you need to change that about yourself. Maybe you need to change that. I heard my father say it ain't about me. My father said it ain't about me. If the people is hot, I'm hot. He said, if the people's cold, then I'm cold. And that's how leaders and officers need to start thinking. That's how we need to move, man. That's how King David moved. When God went at King David, he said, these flocks, he said, these herds, these flocks ain't did nothing. He said, put it on me and my father's house. So humble also is when you submit yourself to God. Submitting yourself to God. What is contrite? Contrite spirit means what? Nakeh ruach, a smitten and afflicted spirit, right? Contrite also means grieving and penitent. Grieving meaning you feel sorrow. Feeling of sorrows and penitent for sins or shortcomings. And when you are grieving for your sins and penitence for your iniquities, you feel the urge and the need to please God, to rectify the situation, to make it right, that which was done wrong. That's a contrite spirit. So when I offend people, you're going to feel the urge to go to the person that you offend and rectify the situation. If you're not doing that, you don't have a contrite spirit. You have yet to rectify the situation or the people that you have offended. You have yet to do that. So therefore, you don't have a contrite spirit. And you can never gain the attention of God. Because you need to have that contrite spirit. You need to have a humble spirit. And you need to tremble at the word, at the fear. Tremble at the word of God. Because when you tremble at the word of God, you are afraid. I am afraid to cut the stove on and kindle fire on God's holy day. Penitent, feeling of regretful pain for sins or offensive. I'm sorry. I feel bad. Sometimes it takes an outcome. I said sometimes it takes an outcome for the person to see what he did or what she did, to see the negative in the situation. Come on, man. It takes that. It takes a negative outcome most of the time for the person to recollect and go back and say, man, yeah, that person was wrong, but now I see my faults. Now I see my wrong. That's right. That's right. So when we sin, some desire forgiveness from God. Do we desire forgiveness from God when we violate a law? How do you show that you desire forgiveness from God when you violate a law? I know how. Because I've seen it done with myself. And I've seen it done with my father. When I have done a violation, you know what the first thing come to my mind? Fast. Fast, pray. Fast, pray. And start picking up and start doing things that is righteous and holy according to laws and commandments, so God can acknowledge and see that, man, yeah, he violated here, but he's pushing up. He's really trying to make up for what he did. That's why what I said today about Cain, you have to improve. You got to replace what you did wrong with goodness. Example. When my mother and my father mad at me, you start to do things for them. Mother mad at you, father mad at you, You say, all right, Imam, let me do it. He said, no, I don't want you to do nothing for me, boy. Get it for me. And you still take it, you still do it, and you still do it. Why? Because you're trying to make up for the wrong. You're trying to show that you're sorrowful. You're trying to show that you're wrong, that you're trying to show that you're sorrowful for what I did here. So let me make this up. That's the same way we deal with God. When you violate a law or a commandment in this book, you start to pick up on other laws. Pick up on more laws to show the Creator that I'm sorry, oh Lord. I'm sorry, God. Huh? I'm sorry, God, for what I did. I am sorry. Huh? Don't we do that with women? Say, baby, I'm sorry, baby. Yeah. Yeah, we do that with women. Hey, baby. Hey, sweetheart, come here, sweetheart. Come here. He said, please don't leave, baby. I'm sorry. I said, let me prove to you. How? Men do that. He said, babe, let me prove to you I'm sorry. Look, I do this. I'm going to cut this out. I'm going to stop doing this. Hey, I ain't going to do this here. Hey, you ain't got to do this over there. As long as it doesn't interfere with the laws and the commandments of God. That's right. He said, babe, I cut this off. I do this. But that's a natural character or instincts in godly men. Godly men don't have that. You know why? Because, you know, I say godly men don't have that because that's called uprightness. You're trying to correct your wrongdoing, man. And you want to show the person that you're sorry for your wrongdoing. You want to show your parents that you're sorry for your wrongdoing. And above all, you want to show God that you're sorry for your wrong. Huh? He said, when we sin, some desire forgiveness from God, and some don't, because they refuse to submit themselves to his laws. Huh? They refuse to submit themselves to God's law. They refuse to submit themselves to his commandments, to his laws, to his statutes. A broken heart. What is a broken heart? A broken heart and a contrite spirit will experience sorrow. That's what brings repentance. That is what brings repentance. That's when you start making corrections. That's when you start making amends. That's why God said, that's what draws my attention to this man. Because he have a broken and a contrite spirit. And a broken and a contrite spirit, a man with a broken and contrite spirit makes amends and make corrections for his wrongdoings. Time sheet. No. No, I'm still Isaiah. My bad. All right. It said, he that killed an ox is as if he slew a man. Why it say he that killed an ox is as if he slew a man? At this point in time, there is no temple. There's no sacrifice going on. There's no offerings going on. There's no high priest officiating nothing. There's no atonement going on. We heading toward, we downhill right now. We going down right now at this time in history. And people were still sending up offerings and sacrifices. They were still sending up offerings and sacrifices. And that's why God said, you do a sacrifice and you offer up this or whatever. It's like you killed the man. It's not accepted. In Hosea, it states, in Hosea, forgot the chapter, one of those history book chapters, it said God will accept the calves of our lips. Okay? So, I ain't going to jump the gun. Let me finish. He said, he that killeth an ox is as if he slew a man. He that sacrificeth a lamb is as if he cut off a dog's neck. He that offereth an oblation. What is an oblation? An offering. A minka. Minka. That's an offering. Now, these offerings were sent up twice. You had the morning offering, which is shakarit. And you had the arib, erev, the evening offerings. Those was two main important times where offerings went up. We cannot set up those offerings today. We can't do offerings today because we don't have a high priest. We don't have no priest. And you can't appoint nobody to be no priest because you need to be consecrated. You need the altar.
Everything.
And there's a whole procedure that comes when you're consecrating a priest. There's no promotion. Chief so-and-so, you are promoted to be a Kohen. And now you want me to call you Kohen. You must be crazy. What's your name? What's your name? John Doe? That's your name.
Name is Blue.
What's your name? John Doe? That's your name. I would never call nobody the Kohen. What Kohen? We cannot have no priest here.
Kohen Green Man.
We can't have no priest here.
Consecration.
And those offerings, God said that he will accept the calves of our lips in place of those offerings. But the only way for God to accept your prayers, you have to be accepted. The Creator did not accept Cain's offering because Cain was not accepted. God accepted Abel's offering because Abel was accepted. How can we gain acceptance from God? We cannot violate the laws and the commandments of God and expect for God to accept us. We cannot violate the commandments and the laws of God and allow your family to violate it. I had to tell my daughter, I said, listen, sister, my daughter don't do law. She stopped doing law. That's her choice when she got older. And you will only know what a child chooses when they get older. While the child is going through their upbringing and they're being raised, they don't have a choice until they get grown and they move out of your house. If you are still living within my house, then there are ground rules. And the ground rules are the rules of God. That's it. I don't have other rules besides the laws of God. Living under your rules. What rules? My rules was God's rules. That's it. My rules was the rules of God. Don't eat swine. Don't bring in. Don't you go to KFC and bring in no chicken. Eating no chicken in here. Don't go to Mac buying no dead meat that died of itself. Don't be bringing no emblems and stars in here. Make sure you scrutinize who comes in the house, because you don't need people coming into your house with abominable trinkets that's going to bring evil spirits within your house. It's the rules that God set. That's it. Right? Now, he said oblation is an offering, right? Right? Incense. Where we at? He said oblation as if he offered swine's blood. He that burneth incense is as if he blessed an idol. The word for incense in the book is lebona. It means frankincense. Right? Blessed an idol. The word for idol is awen. Blessed, baruch or barek, means to speak good about, or praise, or glorify. So anything that you speak good about, you blessed it. That's why we got to be careful of what we speak good about, because the things that we speak good about, God ain't good with it. The things that we speak good about and we glorify, God don't glorify it. God is against it. Huh? So now we got to watch what we speak good about. Why do we speak good about things that God hate and despise? Why do we speak good about things that God dislike, that God don't accept? You know why? Because we don't have like minds. We don't think the same. We ain't reading enough. First of all, you have to have the willingness to change oneself. If you don't have the willingness and the desire to change yourself, you're not going to change. I don't care how much times you read. You got to be able to tell yourself you're wrong. You got to be able to tell yourself, I'm wrong. I shouldn't be thinking this way. I'm wrong. This is not the way God thinks. I'm wrong. God don't accept this. He said, thou shalt be holy, for I, the Lord your God, am holy. Means be like me. Be like God. And we got the standards. We got the standards and the transcript and everything right here in the book. We got the blueprint right here. We just too stubborn to accept it. Because we have what we have is called hedonistic mentality. I'm born in the way of life. That don't mean nothing. Yeah, you born in the way of life, but you still have that hedonistic mentality. I was born in the way of life, and I still have that hedonistic mentality. Yeah. The children of Israel was born in the way of life, and they had these hedonistic mentalities. Why? Because it all goes back from in the beginning. When God told Adam, he said, of every tree in the garden thou mayest freely eat. He said, but the tree that's in the midst of the garden, he said, God said, he said, thou shalt, he said, don't eat from it. He said, neither shall ye touch it. A lot of Israelites said Eve lied when she said, God said, don't touch it. But check it. You know I could tell you Eve didn't lie? Because she was innocent. You know I could tell you Eve didn't lie? Because lying wasn't in her. You know I could tell you Eve didn't lie? Because she didn't know what lying was. So why are you saying that Eve lied? Don't talk against my mother like that. That's my mom's. That's my mother, man. That's my father, man. Don't talk against nobody in this book. So when God told him, he said, don't eat from it, neither shall you touch it. In the day that you eat from it, thou shalt surely die. Now, they only know one side. All they knew was good. They were simple-minded. They was innocent. They didn't know no evil. When they ate from that tree, now guess what? Now we as a people, we have both sides in us. We have knowledge of good and we have knowledge of evil. And more, if we don't absorb the word of God and put these laws into actions, the evil that is in us will take over. Because there's nothing there to control it. The only way to control the evil that is in us is the performance of the laws, commandments, and statutes. That's it. That's it. There are certain things that you should be able to say that you never did. Yeah. That you never did. Like murder. We don't take lives unjustifiable by God. But if a man is chasing me to kill me and take my life, best to believe. Look, my name ain't Shama if I ain't gonna kill you first. You're not gonna chase me to take my life, and I'm also gonna continue running. I don't murder. You must be crazy. You must be crazy. That's what God said. One of the men approached another man. He said, hey, listen, man, you got some brothers over there. They coming after you. He said, don't say that about them. They ain't like that. He said, yo, if you tell me to move on them, I will move on them. He didn't believe it. You know what happened? The same guys that was coming after him, they killed them. They took his life, man. Okay, Awen, idols. The word for idol is Awen. Awen means iniquity, and it also means injustice. What is iniquity? Iniquity has been our nature and our characteristics. It's a part of us. Iniquity is a violation of the right or duty that mankind is under obligation to do. What is our obligation? To serve God and keep his commandments. That's our obligation. It also means immoral, right? Iniquity is immoral. What is immoral? Immoral means not conforming to accepted standards. What's going to cause me to conform to accepted standards? You got to have good morals. You got to have good morals. That's why when you voice and you open the book and you start reading the book to certain people and they have a hard time accepting the things that you read in the book, that tells me that you don't have good morals. That's what tells me you don't have good morals towards God. Because you don't accept the things that correct your morals. You don't accept the things that correct your morals. What correct your morality and your morals? The laws of God.
You're a dog.
Morals. That's what corrects it. And when you can't accept that,
you're a dog.
You cannot accept God.
And you are Pedro, a dog.
Mm-hmm.
That's what you are, a dog. A
principles,
dog.
not conforming to accepted standards of morality, right? Principles concerning the distinction. Woo! You know what distinction is? You know what distinction is? Distinction means you're able to tell the difference. You're able to tell the difference.
Yeah.
Principles concerning distinction between, or able to tell the difference between right and wrong, good and evil, good and bad behavior. You're able to tell the difference. You're able to tell the distinction between good and bad in behavior. That's why when you do certain things, you justify what you do instead of looking at oneself and correcting yourself by saying, I was wrong. I shouldn't have did that. You know what? I was wrong. Because in the heat of the moment, when you're angry and emotions has risen, you do and you say things. But you got to be able to retract and see yourself and see the wrong in oneself.
Yeah.
So you can make corrections.
Yeah, see you're wrong.
Grossly, you know what grossly is? Immediately noticeable. Obvious. This gross behavior of yours caused an immediate attention. Okay? What verse was I at? 3, right? Swine's blood. He burned an incense as if he blessed an idol. Yeah. They had chosen their ways, and their souls delighted in their abominations. We chose our own ways. We have not allowed God to choose our ways. We have not changed our ways to please God. We still continue to live in our own ways. So therefore, what God did, he said, I also would choose their delusions. He said, I'm going to choose their delusions. You know what delusions means? Ta'alulim. Ta'alulim. He said, I'm going to choose your actions. I'm going to choose your doings. So the things that you do and your actions is going to be negative. It's going to be negative actions. Why? Because you chose your own ways that was against God. So now God is going to choose more negative actions and more doings for you to do to detour you and push you further away. Lord have mercy, man. Lord have mercy. You don't see yourself in this?
Yeah.
You don't see yourself in this, in the things that we do in life that cause us to be distant away from God because we refuse to accept God. Yeah. Let's go back, man. Let's go back to number 16.
Games.
Let's go back to 16. Where we at, brother?
16, verse 7.
16, verse 7. Let's read it.
And put fire therein.
Uh-huh.
Put incense in them
Uh-huh.
before the Lord tomorrow. And it shall be that the man whom the Lord had chose, he shall be holy.
Because this is some heavy things now. If God didn't choose you, if God did not choose you or select you to mess with those offerings and burn incense, you're going to, man, listen. Okay, let's read it. He said, tomorrow you're going to see if God chose you or not. Go ahead, do this, and do this. Go ahead.
You take too much upon you, ye sons of Levi. Verse 8. And Moses said unto Korah, here I pray you, ye sons of Levi, seemeth it but a small thing unto you, that the God of Israel has separated you from the congregation of Israel.
Yeah, he said, you must think of your job as light.
Right.
He said, you think it's a small thing that God done separated you from the children of Israel. You want to jump into other offices and other doings that God did not appoint for you. That's not your business. Huh? I said, that's not your business. Stay out of that business. And you know, people love to get into different businesses and different situations. Why? Go ahead and read.
To bring you near to himself, to do the service of the tabernacle of the Lord, and to stand before the congregation to minister unto them. And he had brought these near to him, and all thy brethren, the sons of Levi, with thee, and seek ye the priesthood also. For which cause both thou and all thy company are gathered together against the Lord. And what is Aaron that you murmur against?
He said, who's Aaron? You guys are complaining against Aaron when Aaron ain't did nothing. Aaron just following orders, the high priest. But they complaining against Aaron. Go ahead.
And Moses sent to call Dathan and Abiram, the sons of Eliab, which said, we will not come up. Is it a small thing that thou hast brought us up out of the land that floweth with milk and honey?
Oh my gosh, this is the key. Listen to this. Listen to this now. He said, is it a small thing that thou hast brought us up out of the land that floweth with milk and honey? Go ahead.
To kill us in the wilderness.
That's heavy. You know why? My gosh. You hear that example? You hear that example? He said, is it a small thing that God brought you up out the land of Egypt? Listen, learn how God works, man. My gosh. Look, I got fire. My clothes is burning. It's not a small thing. And this is not, you can learn and understand how God works. This is what the book said. He said, is it a small thing? Do you think of this? You don't think too much about what God did for you. That means because we don't think too much about what God did for you. He brought you, you think it's a small thing that he took you out the land of Egypt to kill you in the wilderness? You know what that sounds like today? Hey, sister, do you think of this light that God took you and linked you with a man to show you who God is, to later on separate? To later on to blame that man for something negative or for something that wasn't the purpose. That's not how God works. If God linked you with this person to show you who God is, don't allow nothing to separate that. But you are the problem. Man, I said that's not how God works, man. That's not how God works. The same thing with men. God brought me here. Let's say I wasn't born in the way of life. I don't know nothing about God. But God took me and brought me to this brother to show me who God was. And then 10 years from now, I come up with an erroneous idea that this brother is against me.
So you don't serve God at all.
So now, because the brother is against me, I done distance myself from that brother. I left him. From all Israelites. I don't deal with no Israelites. That's how it goes. And that's not how God works. When God take you and link you with a person to show you, because that's what it really is, to guide you and showed you who God was because he found some good in you. He had to find some good in you in order to reveal to you who God is, unless he would have left you in your filthiness. Unless he would have left you right there and increased you in your filth. But God brought you out of that filth by meeting this person to show you who God is so that you can change your ways. And then 10, 15, 20 years later, you find some fault. Now you're separated. Now you're gone. That's not good.
You want that hard bone.
That's not good. Let's read it.
And Moses sent to call Dathan and Abiram, the sons of Eliab, who said, we will not come up.
Said we ain't coming up.
Is it a small thing that thou hast brought us up out of the land that floweth with milk and honey?
Milk and honey.
To kill us in the wilderness. Except thou make thyself altogether a prince over us. Moreover, thou hast not brought us into a land that flows.
He said, you ain't bring us into the land that flows with milk and honey.
Or given us inheritance of fields and vineyards. Wilt thou put out the eyes of these men? We will not come up. And Moses was very wroth, and said unto the Lord, respect not thou their offering. I have not taken one ass from them.
He said, respect not thou their offering. To respect means is pana. Pana means to turn to. Don't look towards their offerings. When they send up the offerings, turn your back on it. What do God accept besides offerings? Your prayers. In the book, it states that he will accept the calves of your lips instead of an offering. So we send up prayers in place of offerings. But if God's attention is not drawn towards us, then he's not going to accept your prayers because you not accepted. So in order for God to accept your prayers, you have to be accepted by God in order for your prayers to be accepted. So I don't want every and anybody praying for me because the person that's praying for me doesn't respect God. Christians come, I'm praying for you in the name of, no, please don't pray for me. So my other daughter says, so because I don't pray for you in the name of the Most High, I can't pray. No, you don't pray for me in no deity name. You don't pray for me in idols' names. Don't pray for me at all, please. I'll do better without your prayers.
That's a fact.
Time sheet.
And Moses said unto Korah, be thou and all thy company before the Lord, thou and they.
Wait, hold up. Verse 15, go back to 15.
And Moses was very wroth and said unto the Lord, respect not thou their offering.
Respect not thou their offerings.
I have not taken one ass from them.
He said, don't respect their offerings. He said, don't turn towards their offerings. He said, man, Moses said, I ain't take not one ass from them. You know what that means? I ain't did nothing to you to warrant this action. I didn't do nothing. And then when it's presented, I'm asking, I'm surprised. Because I didn't know this has been going on for so long. What in the world? That's how you, then, he said, look, Moses told God, he said, don't respect nothing from them. He said, I ain't take that one ass from these people. I ain't did these people nothing to warrant this reaction. Let's read.
And Moses said unto Korah, be thou and all thy company before the Lord, thou and they and Aaron tomorrow. Take every man his censer.
Take every man his censer.
Put incense in them.
Put incense in them.
Bring ye before the Lord every man his censer. 250 censers. Thou also and Aaron, each of you his censer. They took every man his censer and put fire in them and laid incense thereon and stood in the door of the tabernacle of the congregation with Moses and Aaron.
They stood in the door of the tabernacle of the congregation. This is why we can't do offerings today, because whatever the offerings was brought before the entrance of the tabernacle, which means it was dedicated to God. When the daughter has been promiscuous and she's having sex in her father's house and she's supposed to be stoned, you know where they bring her? To the entrance of her father's house. Ownership. Right? That's my daughter. And she violated. So she's brought to the entrance of her father's house.
Judges sit at the entrance of
That's
the
right. That's right.
Correct.
Go ahead, go back and read. I missed my point.
And they put fire in them and laid incense thereon, and stood in the door of the tabernacle of the congregation.
Okay.
With Moses and Aaron.
Okay.
And Korah gathered.
What verse you at?
19.
Go ahead.
And Korah gathered all the congregation against them unto the door of the tabernacle of the congregation. And the glory of the Lord appeared unto all the congregation.
Uh-oh. So now they're at the door. The next thing, the glory of God come down. You know what God's glory was? It was where?
And the glory of the Lord appeared unto all the congregation.
Uh-huh.
Back up. And Korah gathered all the congregation against them unto the door of the tabernacle of the congregation. And the glory of the Lord appeared unto all the congregation. The Lord spake unto Moses and unto Aaron, saying, separate yourselves from among this congregation.
Next thing, after the glory of God came down, they was able to perceive when the glory of God is here. They was able to perceive that. So when God's glory came down, the first thing God told Moses and Aaron, he said, separate yourself. Get away from these people, which means you got to be careful with who you walk with. You got to be careful with who you live with. You know why? Because there's a thing called brush fire.
That's right, you wicked son.
Yeah, there's a thing called brush fire. Yeah. You done went and you're living with people that's against God. Now, they're not only against God, they are elevated in wickedness. They are doing things that brings evil spirits. They are doing things that when you leave that house, the spirit clings to you. Yeah, you bring that same spirit where you going because you're around it. Because you're around it. That's why God told Abraham, he said, Abraham, at that point in time, Terah dead. At that point in time, his father is dead. You know what he told him?
Get away from
separate yourself
from your wicked family.
From your family, from your kindred, from people that does not have the determination to serve God because it's gonna affect you. Yeah, you can't serve me here. Yeah, huh? I said you can't serve me here. We had to leave Egypt. We had to leave Egypt. He said, "Now we can't send offerings here and serve our God here in this place. We gotta go." We gotta go. So when you call yourself serving God, you gotta be careful of the place where you stay at. You gotta be careful of the place where you're at, because the place where you're at is not accepted by God because of who you're there with.
That's why God rooted me out.
Huh? Because of who you're there with. He said, separate yourself.
Separate yourselves from among this congregation, that I may consume them in a moment.
In a moment. Read.
They fell upon their faces and said, O God, the God of the spirits of all flesh, shall one man sin?
Wait a minute. Read that verse over.
And they fell upon their faces.
And they fell upon their faces.
And said, O God.
Oh God.
The God of the spirits of
God
all
of the spirits of all flesh. Huh? Nothing tangible. He's a God of the spirits of all flesh, of the Christians, of the Muslims, of everybody. Who they think is God ain't God. Who you think is God ain't God. Even though you're giving my praises to this deity and this idol, I am the God of the spirits of all flesh. And this is the only place where you're going to hear that title from. You ain't going to hear that title in no religion. This is not a religion. Well, I don't like speaking about religion. Well, first of all, brother, this is not a religion. And you still looking at this as a religion. Religion is an Anglo-Saxon word called rigolato. Means what? To hold you back from the truth. That's what religion is. This is the truth. The religion that you follow is going to hold you back from serving the true and living God. It's going to hold you back.
Make you believe something else.
It's going to make you believe things that's going to detour you away from doing this. We got if we plan, leave you here. If you plan on changing our minds and changing ourselves, we can't continue to listen to certain things. We can't continue to listen to certain things
And certain people.
All right? Because when you listen to these things on YouTube, it fortifies your desire and the evil that you have in you. Because these are the things that's speaking according to it. That's what's speaking according to it. Like on YouTube. Hey, child, well, if he's sleeping with it, well, you gotta leave him, child. That's according to your mind. That's according to how you think. You can't, if you're trying to change, you can't listen to things that suits your thinking. That's the beginning of changing. Huh? I just taught you something. If you're trying to change towards godliness and righteousness, you cannot listen to things that suits your thinking.
Yeah.
That correlates with your thinking because you're trying to change for God. So why do I think about things or listen to things that suits the way I think?
Idiot.
Let's read.
Man.
And they fell upon their faces and said, "O God, the God of the spirits,
The God of the spirits of all flesh.
Shall one man
sin?
And wilt thou be wroth with all the congregation?"
No, because that's not how God works. One man sin and God gonna destroy everybody for one man's sin. No, I'm not gonna wipe everybody out for one man's mistake. I'm not gonna charge you for one man's mistake. I'm not gonna get angry at you because of what this person say. How you fry me with his fat?
That's a whole saying.
How you fry me with his fat or with this person fat? I ain't said that. I ain't did it. He did it. But you fry me. That's not godly, man. That's not righteousness. And what I read in the book, it states here the conclusion of the whole matter. Do not base your decision off of part.
Yeah.
Off of part. Small information. You ain't hear what started the whole thing or where it came from. You're just basing it off of a piece. That's what God said. Hear the conclusion of the whole matter.
Listen, tell me the whole story.
Come on.
You know what came next? Fear God and keep his commandments.
Yeah.
For that is the duty of who? Of man. That's my duty, man. I said, that's my duty. Fear God and keep his commandments. Let's read it.
Verse 23. And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Speak unto the congregation, saying,
Speak unto the congregation and say,
Get you up from about the tabernacle of Korah, Dathan, and Abiram.
Wait a minute. You see what I told you? We got to be careful with who we live with because God is not close to us at all. So now we go and live with people that's against God.
Yeah.
We go and live with people that do things that's against the Creator.
Yeah.
And when God charged the violator, whoever's in that house gonna get charged. Whoever's living there gonna get charged.
Yeah.
So he said, listen, get up and remove yourself from the tabernacle of these men, from the tents of these men, Korah, Dathan, and Abiram, Tamshi.
And the elders of Israel followed him.
The elders of Israel followed them,
And he
Tamshi.
spake unto the congregation, saying, Depart, I pray you, from the tents of these wicked men, and touch nothing of theirs.
Touch nothing of theirs.
Lest ye be consumed in all their sins.
If you touch it, you're going to get consumed with the things that you touch. Again, Eve said, don't eat from it, neither shall you touch it. Which means we got to be careful with the things that we consume And we got to be careful with the things that we touch because the palm of your hands are receptors. Why I said the palm of your hands are receptors is because when you're blessing your son, what they did, they put their hand on the palm, on the top of their hand. So when Jacob put his right hand upon Ephraim's head, because he was blind, and then he took his other hand, was his eye dim, right? He was blind, right? He took his other hand, put it on Manasseh's head. Joseph said, "Not so, my father." He said, he switched it. He said, "Yeah, I know, my son." He said, "But Ephraim gonna be greater." The parents was able to see that the child is gonna excel in life. They can see the good in the child. They can see the evil in the child. When you can look at a child and say, "You know what? This child here, he gonna do Lord, blah blah blah. But this guy here," he said, "Watch him." He said, "This guy over here," he said, "Make sure you keep him close, man. Be careful with this one over here." Parents can see that. They know their children, man. They know their children. Where, read?
And Dathan and Abiram came out and stood in the door of their tents, and their wives and their sons and their little children.
Wait a minute. Because of what Dathan, Korah, and Abiram did, they took their whole family down. They took their children down. The little ones was babies, kids, innocent children, wives. Their whole family got taken down off of this iniquity. Off of this iniquity, off of this sin that they done committed and violated God. That's why it's very important for the head of the household. The head of the household must be careful of the things that he does, because you can tear down your whole house off of the things that you done did against God. Everybody in your house will pay all because of what you did. And guess what? By the righteousness of the head of the household, he can protect the house. Yeah, even though his household is not right, but because of the father's righteousness with God, his family falls under his umbrella, under his protection. Tamshi.
And Moses said, "Hereby you shall know that the Lord has sent me to do all these works."
He said, "Now you're going to know." He said that God sent me to do this. Read.
For I have not done them of my own mind.
He said, "I ain't do this of my own mind. I ain't do this because this is how I think or this is what I wanted to do. This ain't my mind. This is the mind of God." Go ahead.
If these men die the common death of all men, or if they be visited after the visitation of all men.
He said, if these men die,
the common death.
The common death of all men, right? Go ahead.
Or if they be visited after the visitation of all men.
Or if they be visited after the visitation of all men. Read.
Then the Lord hath not sent me.
Then God ain't sent me. Read.
But if the Lord make a new thing, and the earth open her mouth and swallow them up with all that appertain unto them, and they go down quick into the pit, then you shall understand that these men have provoked the Lord.
Then you're going to understand that these men have provoked God. Now, the word for provoke is na'atz, nun aleph zadeh. It means to despise and to contemn, right? What does despise mean? When you despise God, right? When you despise God, his laws are unimportant. When you despise God, his laws is unimportant, which means you will disregard the laws and the commandments of God to soothe yourself, to please yourself. You ain't going to think and say, wait a minute, I can't make that move. I can't make this move because if I make this move, then I won't be able to accomplish this law. That's how we got to think. That's how I know you so far away. I say you are so far away. Because we don't put God first in all our thoughts. We don't think. We don't say, we don't think like, listen, if we make this move, if I make this move, it's going to interact or get in the way or interrupt with me serving God or accomplishing this law. Huh? That shows what? Despisement for God. You despise God. Right? He said, and treat it like it's not a big deal. Yeah, we treat it like it's a light thing. To where you was accomplishing laws and commandments, and when you distance yourself, now those laws and those commandments that you was doing ain't being accomplished no more. And you look at it as light. But guess what? Let me show you something. There's levels in wickedness. There's levels in wickedness. And there's levels in righteousness. Huh? There's levels in wickedness and there's levels in righteousness. Deep repugnance. Deep repugnance means to contradict. You know what contradict is? Always against. I read the law to you, you're against the law that I just read. Because it doesn't correlate with your thinking, with your mind. Huh? He said, or be inconsistent with God. What is inconsistent with God? Some people just started keeping the Sabbath for 2 years. It hasn't even been 2 years that you've been constant with God, not missing the Sabbath. Yeah. You have not been constant with God. Because sometimes you're here, and guess what? Sometimes you're not here. You don't have a streak. You don't have a streak. You don't got 5 straight years of keeping a convocation with God. You don't got 10 straight years of keeping a convocation with God. You don't got all your life. I ain't never missed a congregation. I ain't never missed a Sabbath. And I'm not going to never miss a Sabbath. I got to be dead or in jail or hospitalized for me to miss this. Which means what? If I got a headache, if I got a migraine, guess what? I'm coming to teachings. If I got a toothache, guess what? I'm coming to teachings. As long as I ain't dead, hospitalized, or in jail, I will never meet a Sabbath. Miss a Sabbath. Never. No excuses. There's no excuses. If you don't see me here, I'm dead, in jail, or hospitalized. And guess what? The people that you speak to that don't have the determination like that want to jump in your face and say, you're evil. I'm evil. How I'm evil? How I'm evil?
And I got the determination.
How I'm evil? And how I'm evil? And it don't take no. How am I evil? And I make certain determinations to serve God. But you guess who say those things? The wicked say those things. An evil-minded person say these things. Huh?
They're not going to say I would do that too.
Huh?
That's a good thing.
That's a good deed. Let me follow that. That's a good deed. That's good that you're doing that. Let me follow that. Again, we have good and evil in us. I ain't say I'm perfect. I ain't say I'm perfect. No, I ain't perfect. I got corrections that I got to make with me, as we all. But don't point no finger at me and say I'm evil. Because I'm sorry to say it, but I'm better than you.
I'm sorry
to say it, but I'm better than you.
I'm not sorry to say it, bro.
You know why? Number one, man, we ain't gonna get it.
I get this.
Let's read.
Let's
read. Let's read.
32.
32.
And the earth opened her mouth and swallowed them up and their houses.
And the earth opened up. Let me go. Hold up. Deep repugnance means to contradict or be inconsistent with God. Antagonism, opposition, resistance, or dissent. What is resistance or dissent? See, in order to figure out how God thinks, we got to have a Hebrew book, Hebrew dictionary, and English dictionary. So we can look up these words so that we can find out what it really means. Dissent means what? Having a strong disagreement or dissatisfaction with God's decision. Dissension. Dissent comes from the word dissension. You disagree with God. You disagree with his laws. You disagree with his commandments. Resistance means what? The refusal to accept or comply with. Verse 31. Let's read it.
And the earth opened her mouth.
The earth opened her
And
mouth
swallowed them up.
and swallowed them up.
And their houses.
And their houses.
And all the men that appertained unto Korah.
And all the men that appertain unto Korah.
And all their goods.
And all their goods.
They and all that appertained to them went down alive into the pit. And the earth closed upon them. And they perished from among the congregation. And all Israel that were round about them fled at the cry of them. For they said, lest the earth swallow us up also.
They ran off. He said, man, the earth opened up. This was a new thing. Earth started separating and cracking open and swallowed up the inhabitants of those three men. Read.
And there came out a fire from the Lord.
Next thing, after the earth opened up and closed on them, fire came down from God. And what happened?
And consumed the 250 men that offered.
The 250 men that was not chosen by God to send up offerings and burn incense, fire from God came down and consumed those 250 men. Let's read.
And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, speak unto Eleazar, the son of Aaron the priest.
What verse you at?
Verse 37.
Go ahead.
That he take up the censers out of the burning, and scatter thou the fire yonder, for they are hollow.
They still hollow. The people wasn't holy, but the censers were still holy. He said, listen, after I did my thing, he said, listen, go amongst these people here and pick up the censers, because they still holy. It doesn't change the state or the condition or what those censers was. Go ahead, read.
The censers of these sinners against their own souls, let them make them broad plates for a covering of the altar. For they offered them before the Lord. Therefore they are hallowed.
Therefore they are hallowed.
They shall be a sign unto the children of Israel. And Eleazar the priest took the brazen censers, wherewith they that were burnt had offered, and they were made broad plates for a covering of the altar. To be a memorial unto the children of Israel.
A memorial, a remembrance.
That no stranger, which is not of the seed of Aaron.
No stranger that's not of the seed of Aaron.
Come near
to
offer incense.
Before God. Read.
That he be not as Korah in his company.
That you don't turn out to be like them. God done made an example. You know, sometimes you got to make examples so that the non-believers, they'll believe it now. And they ain't going to repeat what these guys done did, because they seen what happened. They seen the results. Read.
As the Lord said to him by the hand of Moses. But on the morrow, all the congregation of the children of Israel murmured against Moses.
The next day, the children of Israel murmured against Moses. Listen what they said. And what caused the anger of God? This is another key.
Murmured against Moses and against
They murmured
Aaron,
against Moses and against Aaron. What
saying,
they said?
Ye have killed the people of the Lord.
They have not recognized the power of God. They have not recognized that God is the one that did all that. In turn, they blamed Moses and Aaron instead of recognizing that God did it. And that's what angered them. Now, we do that today. Oh, you did it. No, he ain't do it. God did it. We got to stop giving the glory to man and to people and start to give the glory to the Creator. Because when we don't give God his glory about the things that he do and the things that he allowed to happen, we anger God. We anger God.
God allowed that
right?
to happen.
So what happened now? What took place?
And it came to pass when the congregation was gathered against Moses and against Aaron, that they looked toward the tabernacle of the congregation, and behold, the cloud covered it, and the glory of the Lord appeared.
They have angered God again. They done blame Moses and Aaron about what God did. Next thing, the cloud and the glory of God came down in the cloud. Go Go ahead, read.
And Moses and Aaron came before the tabernacle of the congregation.
Once the glory, God's glory came down, Moses and Aaron, they gone before the tabernacle. Go ahead, read.
And the Lord spake unto Moses,
Look
saying,
what God told Moses.
Get you up from among this
He
congregation.
said, get up from among this congregation.
That I may consume them as in a moment.
He said, I'm about to consume these people. I'm about to wipe these people out. Uh-huh.
And they fell upon their faces.
They fell upon their faces.
And Moses said unto Aaron, Take a censer, and put fire therein from off the altar, and put on incense, and go quickly unto the congregation, and make an atonement for them.
You see that? At this point in time, when they fell upon their faces, guess what? God ain't listen. God did not listen this time. He said, nah, you can't speak up for them now, Moses. They did not recognize that I did. They come blaming you and Aaron. Not recognizing that it was God that did it. So the glory of God came down and wrath broke loose. Now, guess what? You see how close Moses and Aaron was? Not really. Yeah, Moses and Aaron was. Moses was more closer. Moses was the one that perceived that the wrath of God went out. So he had to look to Aaron and say, hey, Aaron. He said, hurry up. He said, take a censer, put fire therein from off the altar, not no other. That fire from off the altar was holy fire, not no regular fire. He said, and put on incense and go quickly unto the congregation and make an atonement for them. Tamshi, for there is wrath going
out from the Lord.
Uh-huh.
The plague is begun.
The plague has begun.
The plague has begun.
Uh-huh.
And Aaron took as Moses commanded and ran into the midst of the congregation. And behold, the plague was begun among the people. And he put on incense and made an atonement for the people. And he stood between the dead and the living, and the plague was stayed.
You know what that is? After he made that concoction, and it wasn't mentioned, that concoction that he made, he had to stand people dropping. So before it get to this one, he had to run behind to stop that plague.
Before that wave hit.
Before the wave hit. Huh? And look, he said, that ain't no joke, man. Now that was the death. He said for when the dead were now fallen by heaps, one upon another, standing between, he stayed the wrath. That's Moses, right? And that's Aaron, I mean. And parted the way to the living. That's when he stood between the living and the dead, when he stopped the plague from traveling, right? But in the long garment was the whole world. And in the 4 rows of the stones was the glory of the Father's graven, and thy majesty upon the diadem of his head. Unto these the destroyer gave place. The destroyer, which means that death angel, when he was traveling, when he was killing and dropping,
You seen that?
when Aaron stood there, he stopped. Couldn't pass Aaron. He said, because he's seen the diadem, holiness to the Lord. The 4 rows. He said the whole world was in this robe. That wave had to stop. It ain't gonna pass in a while. He said, man, this guy here,
He represent God.
he represent God.
Yeah, this man represent
He
God.
said, I can't pass you. And I wasn't giving command for you, brother.
Give it up.
He said, stop.
Give it up.
Let's read.
Now they that died in the plague were 14,700.
Uh-huh.
Beside them that died about the matter of Korah.
Mm-hmm.
And Aaron returned unto Moses unto the door of the tabernacle of the congregation, and the plague was stayed.
Mm-hmm.
And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Speak unto the children of Israel.
That's okay. Oh, cut that. Cut that. Let's go to 2 Samuel. 2 Samuel chapter 11.
And it came to pass, after the year was expired, at the time when kings go forth to battle, that David sent Joab and his servants with him and all Israel, and they destroyed the children of Ammon and besieged Rabbah. But David tarried still at Jerusalem. And it came to pass in an evening tide that David arose from off his bed and walked upon the roof of the king's house. And from the roof he saw a woman washing herself, and the woman was very beautiful to look upon.
So now, King David, at evening tide, went up on the roof of his house. Huh? That David arose from off his bed and walked upon the roof of the king's house, and from the roof he saw a woman washing herself. And the woman was a very beautiful to look upon. See, this woman was beautiful. She was bad. He looking at this woman from the top of his roof. Read.
And David sent and inquired after the woman. And one said,
he said, who's this woman? He said, man, who's this woman? Who is this?
And one said, is not this Bathsheba, the daughter of
Eliab,
the wife of Uriah,
the Hittite? So now Eliab was an Israelite. He was an Hebrew. And they also gave their daughters to men that were Hittites. He's a Hittite, but he served God. But that only happened and done when it was the father's decision. Father's decision. Because remember, they married within their tribes. They didn't, know what I mean? But the father's decision, he said, yes, I gave it to Uriah. Right? Read.
And David sent messengers and took her. And she came in unto him. And he lay with her.
David sent messengers and he took her and she came in unto him and he lay with her.
But she was purified from her uncleanness.
Wait a minute. She was purified from her uncleanness. Do we even know how to purify ourselves after our nidata, after our ministration? Because that's what the woman did after their cycle ended. When they was done with their period, they did what? They purified themselves. How they did it was they had certain herbs to where they have it in the bath and they bathe in it and they soak themselves and bathe themselves and clean themselves in those fragrances and those purifications after their uncleanness. Now, after your uncleanness, the woman had to send up an offering. The woman had to send up an offering to the priest because that was considered iniquity. It was sin. Right? They had to send up some turtle doves, a pigeon, I remember exactly what. So they had to send that up. Being that we don't have a high priest, you should be praying and sending up some prayers before God in place of that offering. After your nidata, after your ministration, bend your knee, go on a little short day fast and send up some prayers before God. Tamshi.
And she returned unto her house. And the woman conceived and sent and told David and said, I am a child.
Mm-hmm.
David sent to Joab, saying, send me Uriah the Hittite. And Joab sent Uriah to David. And when Uriah was come unto him, David demanded of him how Joab did and how the people did.
So now King David called for Uriah the Hittite. Right? So after Uriah comes in, he starts talking about how the war went. How the war went with Joab and how everything is going. Read.
And David said to Uriah, go down to thy house and wash thy feet.
He said, go home and wash your feet.
And Uriah departed out of the king's house. And there followed him a mess of meat from the king. But Uriah slept at the door of the king's house. You see
what you call that? That's called, what's the word? Dedication. Dedication. This was a dedicated man. The King David told him to go down to his house and wash his feet. But his desire was not to go home. Why? Because the nation is at war. Joab is at war. His general is at war. So he has the mentality as of, if my people is at war, what am I doing home? Those are godly and righteous thoughts. That's like one day, my father used an example of if he loses his house and he don't have nowhere to go, he's going to go and live on the trains. I said, so how am I going to feel? How am I going to feel? I'm home and you living on the train. If you're on the train, I'm on the train. If you're in the streets, I'm on the streets. If I got somewhere for you to be at, you here with me. Come on, man, that's not going down. And those are godly traits. Those are godly traits, man. Whatever you go through, I'm going to go through. That's it. Let's read it.
But Uriah slept at the door of the king's house with all the servants of his lord, and went not down to his house.
Didn't go home. That's right. Read.
When they had told David, saying, Uriah went not down unto his house, David said unto Uriah, camest thou not from thy journey? Why then didst thou not go down unto thine house?
King David said, he said, listen, man, you just coming from a long journey from war. He said, man, I just told you to go home. He said, why you ain't go home and relax? Go ahead.
Uriah said unto David, the ark and Israel and Judah abide in tents.
He said, the ark, Judah. He said, they all in tents.
And my lord Joab,
my lord, my general, Joab, he's out there.
the servants of my lord,
and the servants of my lord,
encamped in the open field.
Or encamped in the open field.
Shall I then go into mine
he
house?
He said, you want me to go home? And my people is out there encamped in the open field?
To eat and to drink.
Eat and drink?
And to lie with my wife.
And to lay with my wife?
As thou livest, and as thy soul liveth, I will not do this thing.
He said, as thou livest, he said, I can't do that.
I can't see myself doing that.
I can't see myself doing that. I can't see myself doing that, man. Tamshi.
And David said to Uriah, tarry here today also, and tomorrow I will let thee depart. So Uriah abode in Jerusalem that day and tomorrow. Again? And David said to Uriah, tarry here today also.
Tarry here today also.
And tomorrow.
And tomorrow.
I will let thee depart. So Uriah abode in Jerusalem that day and tomorrow. And when David had called him, he did eat and drink before him, and he made him drunk.
Now David tried another tactic. He took him, brought him in. Now he's making him drunk. What's the first thing that happens when you get drunk? You want to be with your woman. I don't want to be with no man. I'm not going to drink around men. Now listen, if you see me drinking a Guinness Stout, I'm on my way home. Yeah. I'm not hanging around dudes drinking. I had me a Guinness Stout, 1 or 2. Listen, my next thing is I'm going home around my wife. I'm going home. I don't want to be around dudes. Go ahead, read.
And at even he went out to lie on his bed with the servants of his Lord. But went not down to his house. And it came to pass in the morning that David wrote a letter to Joab.
Now, King David wrote a letter to Joab, read.
And sent it by the hand of Uriah.
And sent it by the hand of Uriah. You see the dedication and the trust. He knew that Uriah, that wasn't our makeup. You sent a whole letter through the hand of this man Uriah and gave it right to Joab. He didn't even read it.
That's like the mailman.
He didn't even read it. Tamshi.
And he wrote in the letter saying, set ye Uriah in the forefront of the hottest battle, and retire ye from him, and that he may be smitten and die. And it came to pass when Joab observed the city, that he assigned Uriah unto a place where he knew that valiant men were.
Well, he knew where valiant men was, read.
And the men of the city went out and fought with Joab. There fell some of the people of the servants of David, and Uriah the Hittite also died. Then Joab sent and told David all the things concerning the war, and charged a messenger, saying, when thou hast made an end of telling the matters of the war unto the king, and if so be that the king's wrath arise, and he say unto thee, wherefore approach ye so nigh unto the city when ye did fight? Knew ye not that they would shoot from the wall?
Those are all war tactics. Even in certain movies, when they get too close to the wall, he said, you're too close. You're in the range of their archers. You're in the range of their arrows. You got to stay a certain amount of distance away. So when you get in that range, the archers is hitting you.
They're going to hit you.
Go ahead, read.
Snipers. And if so be that the king's wrath arise, and he say unto thee, wherefore approach ye so nigh unto the city when ye did fight, that ye not knew ye not that they would shoot from the wall? Who smote Abimelech, the son of Jerubbaal? Did not a woman cast a piece of a millstone upon him from the wall, that he died in Thebes?
Why? Abimelech, he was too close to the wall, and a woman dropped a millstone. You know how big a millstone was? Heavy. This millstone was used to grind wheat. This woman was able to pick this millstone up and drop it from the top of the wall, from the top of the building, and it hit him in his head. Crashed him. Read.
why went you nigh the wall?
So why you went so close to the wall?
Then say thou, thy servant Uriah the Hittite is dead also.
Mm-hmm.
So the messenger went and came and showed David all that Joab had sent him for. And the messenger said unto David, surely the men prevailed against us, and came out unto us into the field. And we were upon them even unto the entering of the gate. And the shooters shot off the wall upon thy servants, and some of the king's servants be dead. And thy servant Uriah the Hittite is dead also.
Mm-hmm.
Then David said unto the messenger, thus thou shalt say unto Joab, let not this thing displease thee, for the sword devoureth one as well as another.
Mm-hmm.
Make thy battle more strong against the city, and overthrow it, and encourage thou him. Then, and when the wife of Uriah heard that Uriah her husband was dead, she mourned for her husband. And when the morning was past, David sent and fetched her to his house, and she became his wife, and bare him a son. But the thing that David had done displeased the Lord.
The thing that David has done displeased God. It was evil in the eyes of God. Okay, let's read. Next chapter.
Chapter 12. And the Lord sent Nathan unto David, and he came unto him.
The Lord sent Nathan to David. Now, who's Nathan?
Prophet.
Nathan was a prophet of God. Nathan was a prophet of God. God sent Nathan to him.
And he came unto him and said unto him, there were two men in one city.
Now, most of the time, in order for a person to see their faults, you got to change. You got to change the scenario. You got to change the whole situation. You got to put the situation on someone else, and don't use them for an example for them to be able to judge the situation and not be defensive. You know, a lot of people listen. A lot of people listen. A lot of people listen not to solve or not to solve the issue. A lot of people listen to be defensive. We don't listen to hear the conclusion of the matter, to find out what's going on, why this happened. Why we listen to be defensive, and you conjure up your thoughts and your ideas and your opinions, getting ready to answer according to what was said, instead of acknowledging your fault and not to be defensive. You can't solve the situation being defensive. Nothing will never be solved if we continue to be defensive. And our forefathers wasn't like that. Godly men wasn't like that. Righteous men wasn't like that. The woman in the book, virtuous woman, wasn't like that. Wasn't a back and forth thing. You said something, I listened to what you said, and I guess what? I find myself being defensive. I let the person talk, and immediately I'm ready to attack. Yeah, that's not good, man. That's not good. So why you can't see and acknowledge that with yourself? To see that being defensive, you're not going to go nowhere in life being defensive. Okay, let's read it.
And said unto him, there were two men in one city.
There were two men in one city.
The one rich,
the other poor. And the other poor. Read.
The rich man had exceeding many
flocks and herds.
But the poor man had nothing.
The poor man ain't had nothing. Save what?
One little ewe lamb.
One little ewe lamb. He only had one lamb. Compared to the rich man flocks that he had. Many flocks. Read.
Which he had brought and nourished up. And he grew up together with him and with his children.
He took that lamb, and that lamb was brought up with him, with his children.
It did eat of his own meat.
The lamb, that same lamb, ate of his own meat. I fed this lamb.
And drank of his own cup.
I quenched his thirst.
And lay in his bosom.
And he laid in the lamb, laid in my bosom.
And was unto him as a daughter.
And this lamb was unto me as a daughter.
There came a traveler unto
the traveler,
unto the rich man.
And
he spared to take of his own flock.
He spared. He didn't have pity. He didn't have compassion. And when you don't have those two traits, you do things. You do horrible things to people because you lack those two traits, pity and compassion. When you have pity and compassion, you'll watch your actions and you will watch the things that you say. You'll watch your actions and you'll watch the things that you say, because I don't want to offend you. And I don't want you to think that what I'm doing or saying is towards you. So I got to hold back with certain things. Why? Because I have pity and compassion for others. Let's read.
And he spared to take of his own flock and of his own herd.
He spared to take of his own flock and his own herd. This man had exceeding many flocks, but he didn't take none of his oxen. He didn't take none of his herds. Read.
To dress for the wayfaring man that was come unto
him. The traveler came through.
But took the poor man's lamb.
He went and took the poor man's lamb. The poor man only had one lamb. And he took the only lamb that the poor man had. Read.
And dressed it for the man that was to come.
Uh-huh.
And David's anger was greatly kindled against
David got angry. He got tight.
He didn't like what he heard.
Let's hear what King David said.
And he said to Nathan, as the Lord liveth, the man that had done this thing shall surely die.
Look what King David said. Listen, the man that done this, he gotta die, man. He gonna die for this, man. Go ahead, read.
And he shall restore the lamb fourfold.
And he shall restore the lamb fourfold. Because you done took a lamb, you took the lamb from a poor man that only had one lamb, and you had exceeding much lamb.
Now you got nothing.
You had exceeding much lamb. You know, sometimes people idea when I'm with a person and I know the person don't have, you say, yo, I'm gonna pay for you. Say, right, you know what? I know I had more than you. You ain't gotta pay for it. Don't worry about it. I'll pay for it because I got more. I ain't rich, but I had more than you. So I'm not going to allow you to pay for something that I could pay for because that's all you got. That's the mentality that people don't have. You want to save yours. You want to save yours and use theirs. If I have, you think I'm an axe? I'm not a usurer. I'm not a person that feeds off of other people's and then hoard minds. What they call that? That's a person. No. When a person that's always giving, it's called not generous. It's another word. Forgot the name of the word, man. It's in the Apocrypha. Liberal. Man. Wait, listen, man. Nobody can tell me nothing, man. Nobody can tell me what.
Godly man is liberal with his meat.
That's right. Liberal. He always giving, man. Give.
You see what no.
That's some people's nature. Yeah. If they have it, the world will have it. But if I ask, it's because I'm really in need. And my mentality is not to use yours and save mine. My mentality is not to use yours and suck you dry. That's wicked and evil, unrighteous. That's
evil intents.
Nah, man. No. Let's read it.
And he shall restore the land fourfold because he did this thing.
He shall restore the land fourfold. Why? Because of what he did. Read.
And because he had no pity.
He had no pity. He had no compassion.
And Nathan said to David.
Look what Nathan said.
Thou art the man.
He said, you, David, King David. He said, you the man. You did that. So now King David, listening now. What? I did this. All right, so let me hear how I did this. Let's read.
Thus saith the Lord God of Israel.
Thus saith the Lord God of Israel.
I anointed thee king over Israel. And I delivered thee out of the hand of Saul.
He said what? Read that again.
I anointed thee king over
Israel. Anointed thee king over Israel.
And I delivered thee out of the hand of Saul.
He said, I anointed you king over Israel. I delivered you out the hand of Saul. Now listen now. Sometimes you gotta backtrack. Sometimes it calls for you to backtrack. You forgot what I did for you?
You forgot what I did for you?
You forgot the things that I did for you, man? How I did this, what I did here, what I did this here, I did this over here, I did that here, I did this here.
Yo.
And now you're looking at me like
I tripped.
Now you're looking at me like
Because
I'm
I
evil.
tripped. Come on, man.
That's not righteous, man.
On,
That's not godly.
Come on, man.
Let's read.
And I gave thee thy master's house,
I gave you your master's house,
thy master's wives, into
thy
bosom,
master's wives in our bosom,
and gave thee the house of Israel
uh-huh,
and of Judah.
the house of Israel and of Judah.
And if that had been too little, I would moreover have given unto thee such.
He
and
said, if
such
that
things.
was too little, if you wanted more, I would have gave you more.
Wasn't enough.
Why? Because David was regarded in the eyes of God. The Most High said, he said, David is a man after my own heart. God dug David, man. God ain't said that by nobody else. He said that man was a man after my own heart, which means he had a heart like God. He thought we can have a heart like God. Yeah. I said everybody here can be like David. We got the potential. We can have a heart and a mindset like unto God. All we got to do is accept what God accepts. All we got to do is disagree with what God disagrees with. It's not impossible. It's not impossible. Whatever you don't read here in the book, don't accept it. Whatever you don't read here in the book, don't disagree. If God disagree with, you disagree with it. Don't question it. But we have a problem. We question the things that does not suit your soul. We question things that do not suit our souls. And that's our problem. That's the evil in us that we need to change and fix, that we have in us. Where we at?
Verse 9. Wherefore hast thou despised the commandment of the Lord?
You see what he told David? He said, you despise the commandment of God. And David only messed up one time. One time. This is why we got to be careful with talking against King David. Because King David only sinned one time. Guess what it was? In the matter of Uriah. In the matter, saved, in the matter of Uriah. That includes everything. Okay? Go ahead, read.
Thou hast killed Uriah the Hittite with the sword, and hast taken his wife to be thy wife, and hast slain him.
You killed Uriah with the sword.
Has taken his wife.
Took his wife to be your wife.
And has slain him with the sword.
And then you killed him with the sword of who?
Of the children of Ammon.
Of the children of Ammon. That's why God said, you know what? You know what links this with the law? He said, do not tarry against the blood of thy neighbor. You know what tarrying against the blood of your neighbor is, man? Don't you know what tarrying against the blood of your neighbor?
Don't wait.
Your brother is being sought by the heathens, by outsiders, by people that don't regard God. And all you did was sit back and watch and say, I ain't got nothing to do with it. And you allow the heathens to run down on your own brother. God don't like that. He said, man, you killed them with the sword of the children of Ammon. You let these despicable, abominable, uncircumcised people kill your brother. It's not a good thing. Read.
Now therefore the sword shall never depart from thine.
Now you hear what God told King David? King David paid for what he did, man. God, it's a key. He said, the sword shall never depart from out of thine house. Now, this is why Ammon started to desire his sister. This is why Absalom chased King David all over the place to kill him. This is why Adonijah usurped authority to get the kingship. This is why Absalom slept with all 7 of his women on the roof. Why? Because of what King David did. God brought all those trouble upon his house. So now, I say that to say this. When being the head of the household, when you are in violation of God's laws, commandments, and statutes, your violation can trickle on down to your children and your wife. That will cause them, it will be visited upon your household, that will cause them to move in certain ways that's not accepted by God, or because of the head of the household. That's right. Let's read.
Now therefore the sword shall never depart from thine house, because thou hast despised me, and hast taken the wife of Uriah the Hittite to be thy wife.
To be thy wife.
Thus saith the Lord, behold,
Thus saith the Lord, behold,
I will raise up evil against thee.
I will raise up evil against you now. Just because of what you did, I'm going to stir up evil. I'm going to stir up evil in your house. Now, when evil is stirred up in the house, it's either from your thinking or it's from the head of the house. Is what caused this person to start thinking like that. Now, God is revealing certain things to me. You know why these things get revealed? Because when you reveal these things to you, you will stop pointing the finger.
Right.
Why you think like that? But maybe it's my actions that's against God that's causing this person, this man or this woman to think that way. You ever thought about that? You ever thought about that? That's another level, man. This is what stops you from pointing the finger. The first thing that'll come in your mind is, maybe I'm doing something wrong according to what God said. Why these thoughts and these feelings is being stirred up in my wife's head. These thoughts and these feelings is being stirred up in my children's head. Why? Because of my actions. Telling you, man, this is deep, man. So certain things that go on just tells me that I need to get right. Certain things that go on in your life should tell you that you need to get right, because those thoughts should not even be in people. Like certain things should not be in people's heads. Should not be in people's heads. Let's read.
Thus saith the Lord, behold, I will raise up evil against thee out of thine own house, and I will take thy wives before thine eyes, and give them unto thy neighbor. And he shall lie with thy wives in the sight of this son. For thou didst it secretly, but I will do this thing before all Israel and before the sun.
He said, you did it secretly, but what? I'm going to do this where?
Before all Israel.
Before all Israel.
Before the sun.
Before the sun.
And David said unto Nathan, I have sinned against the Lord.
Oh my goodness. This is something that we have a problem doing. We have a problem of accepting our faults. No explanation, no rebuttal, no, I did this because I'm the reason why I did this, because look what you did here. I had sinned. That's what King David said. That's being humble. Humble and having a conscience is recognize one's own faults. And do we know, after this, in one of the Psalms, King David said that he fasted every day of his life. He fasted and put on sackcloth every day of his life. One part of the song he said, I have enrobed myself in sackcloth. You want to mess with that? We can't talk against these men in the book. You see what that man did? Do you enrobe yourself in sackcloth and fast every day for your shortcomings with God? No, but David did. But King David did. And these are people that we want to talk against. We want to talk against Ahab. We want to talk against Ahab. Ahab recognized his fault with God, and he fasted and put on sackcloth, which are signs of humbling himself. So the angel was coming at him. and God stopped him. He said, hold up. Because the angels of God don't have the pity and the mercy and the compassion of God. They just move on offenders. Right? He held them back. He said, hold up. He said, you don't see how Ahab humbled himself before me? And it caused a different reaction from God to hold back. So when the hand of God is upon you, the way of holding back, holding God's hand back from destroying you, humble yourself by fasting and putting on sackcloth. And make supplication. God will recognize that, man. I said, God recognizes that because we're dealing with the same God.
My father did that for the rest of his life.
We're dealing with the same God, man. And there come a point in time, in life that we all need to think of when are you gonna humble yourself and fast before God by wearing sackcloth and fasting. Because there's going to come a point in time in life where I will make that decision in my life. Where I said it's time. I said, well, that's where I'm headed. I said it's time. I got my sackcloth and a day or 2 or 3 a day or whatever, I'm going to start fasting. And I'm going to have on my sackcloth. Why? Because I want to show God that I'm sorrowful. Yeah. I want to show God that I'm sorry for everything that I did that was against you, oh Lord. And I need God to be merciful upon my soul when he calls my name. Yeah. When God call your name, you dead. Dead. Monkey. You dead. So we all need to make corrections with ourselves before we die. Before we die, we must make corrections with ourselves. Let's read it.
Howbeit,
verse 8.
13. And David said unto Nathan, I have sinned against the Lord. And Nathan said unto David, the Lord had also put away thy sin.
Wait a minute, man. Wait, what verse was that?
Verse 13.
Verse 13, you hear that? I said, do we hear that? I said, do we hear that? He said, and David said unto Nathan, I have sinned, which means he recognized the things that he done. He acknowledged the things that he did against God. What happened after that? He said, I have sinned against the Lord.
And Nathan said unto David,
the prophet Nathan said unto David,
the Lord also hath put away thy sin. Thou shalt not die.
Wait a minute. So explain that to me, man. Please, somebody explain that to me. He said, God has put away your sin. Thou shalt not die. So do God speak in riddles?
No.
King David died. So what do you mean by thou shalt not die? We're talking something real deep. King David died. Okay? We ain't gonna get all into it. King David died. So what do God mean when he said, thou shalt not die? Think.
That's for the wicked.
Think. We, us, people that claim the heritage of God, claim the heritage of Jacob. We are keeping these commandments so that we can live. These laws, Moses said, the keeping of the laws of God gives life, but you're not going to live forever. Think. I said, think. Moses don't speak in riddles. I said, Moses don't speak in riddles. We have to die to live.
That's right.
You know when all that took place? When the consumption of the tree of knowledge of good and evil was eaten. Now that path is narrow. It's narrow and crooked. That's right.
That every now and then you find a traveler. You know why you find a traveler every now and then? Because everybody, the world have not made their mind up to serve God. Very few people, even Israelites, have made their mind up to serve God and keep his commandments. So the road that that person is on, he's not going to find too much travelers. You're not going to find too many people with the same mindset as yours to serve God and keep his commandments. All right? Let's read it.
I have sinned against the Lord.
I have sinned against the Lord.
David, the Lord also has put away thy sin. Thou shalt not die. Howbeit, because by this deed thou hast given great occasion to the enemies of the Lord to blaspheme.
He said, man, you done gave a good occasion for the enemies of God to blaspheme who?
Blaspheme the Lord.
To blaspheme God.
To blaspheme. Yeah.
Uh-huh.
The child also that is born unto thee shall surely die.
Now guess what? Now that child, what verse was that?
14.
I want to find out the word for blaspheme in the Hebrew. Hazek Gam, Habang, Wayigof. I think that word is Yayigof. Let me check it out. Hold up. What? 2 Samuel 12, verse what?
14.
2 Samuel 12, verse 14. We need to stop playing, man. We got to stop playing. We got to stop playing and start putting these laws and these commandments into effect into our lives, because we don't have no time. We don't know the day of our death. Okay? No, the word for blaspheme is na'at. Ne'atzta. Na'at. To despise. He said the enemies of the Lord to despise. Right? The child was also that is born, read, unto thee shall surely die. So now, because of what you did, King David, I got to kill this child. Because this child is born from adultery.
Right.
And what they said about children that's born out of wedlock, children that's born from adultery, he said children that's born from adultery cannot bear root. When you can't bear root, you're not going to be fortified. You're not going to be fortified. You're not going to be strong. You can't serve God. You're not going to bear root. Go ahead.
And Nathan departed unto his house.
Nathan departed to his house.
And the Lord struck the child.
The Lord plagued the child.
That Uriah's wife bare unto David. And it was very sick.
Very sick.
David therefore besought God.
The word for very sick, it also means incurable. This type of sickness, is no cure for it. This was a new thing. No cure. You ain't gonna make no antidote like they came up with COVID, and in a matter of hours and minutes, they come up with an antidote for COVID. And then they want everybody to take it. So now they got everybody taking the COVID shot. Years later, months later, years later, now people is dying from these same shots.
Yeah.
Now people dying from taking these same shots. Now they saying COVID came back. Because they want more people to take more shots.
We want to get them shots in.
Crazy shots. Let's read.
David therefore besought God.
Wait a minute. He said, David therefore besought God. What does besought God means? It means he begged, he prayed, and he requested. He begged and prayed and he requested certain things from God. Go ahead.
And David fasted and went in and lay all night upon the earth.
David fasted and went in and lay all night on the earth. You know what on the earth is? That's the floor. He didn't get off that floor. He stayed on that floor. He didn't sleep on the bed. Why he slept on the floor? Because he put himself in an uncomfortable situation. so that he can show God that I'm sorry. Repentance that shows you what, that tells you and reveals to you one thing. That's why during Yom Kippur, you find people do certain things, certain actions. They say, well, it ain't long. I'm going to sleep in my bed. Yeah, but the ways of God and the ways of our forefathers was that during repentance, and when you're repentant of the things that you did, you show it by putting yourself in uncomfortable situations, which means on Yom Kippur, you know what? I don't want to be comfortable. I don't want to lay in my bed. I'm going to sleep on the floor. Huh? I said, I'm going to sleep on the floor. That's why during Yom Kippur or the Day of Atonement, you may put on some sackcloth to put yourself in an uncomfortable situation to show God that I'm sorry. Huh? Afflicting your soul. The only way to afflict your soul is to restrain from eating. That's it. That's keys, man. It's keys. Let's read.
And the elders of his house arose and went to him to raise him up from the earth, but he would not.
He ain't get up. People go to him, man, come on, man, get up, man, come on, come on. Nah, leave me alone, man. He won't get up. Leave me here, read it.
Neither did he eat bread with them.
He didn't eat bread with them.
It came to pass on the 7th day that the child died.
7 days the king laid on the ground, on the earth. And within 7 days, on the 7th day, the child died. Tom Sheep.
And the servants of David feared to tell him that the child was dead.
Now they're afraid. All the while the child was alive and he's sick. They're afraid to go to King David and tell him, listen, man, the child's dead, man. Because if he's doing this now, imagine they don't know how he's going to react to the child being dead.
I don't want to be the bearer of bad news.
They don't want to be the bearer of bad news. You know why? You know why? I'm going to go deeper now. This stems from the amount of respect and honor that you have for this person. That's why Samuel did not want to reveal what God told him to the high priest, because he had that much respect for him. I don't want to go to my father and say, Abba, you sinned, Abba. You committed adultery, you sinned. Hey, easy, man. Easy. I don't want my kid doing that to me. Abba, you wrong, Abba. You shouldn't have did this.
Well, let me show
no,
you.
Man.
Let me show you where I'm right at.
No. That's called, you don't have much honor and respect. That's right, humility. See the book? See this book here? See this book here? This book teaches you the ways of God. This book teaches you the things that we can do to acquire the attention of God, man. All by reading this book and how and what these men did and did not do. Huh? It said, and the elders of his house arose and went to him to raise him up from the earth. But he would not. Neither did he eat bread with them. And it came to pass on the 7th day that the child died. He said, but when David saw, I'm back in verse 19. But when David saw that his servants whispered, David perceived that the child was dead. His servants is whispering. He looked, he said, yeah. He said, my son is dead. He perceived that his son is dead. Therefore David said unto his servant, is the child dead? And they said, he is dead. Then David arose from the earth and washed and anointed himself and changed his apparel and came in the house of the Lord. So when you're trying to gain the attention of God and you're fasting and you're afflicting yourself, you kept on the same clothes. I didn't change my clothes. I didn't anoint myself. No, I didn't refresh. I didn't do none of that. I didn't do none of that. But after he found out that the child was dead, right? He said, I got up. He said, oh, the child was dead. Let me break my fast, man. Let me get up. Let me wash myself, anoint my clothes, anoint myself, change my clothes. Right? Now look what the question they said. Right? It said it came to Pat, and it came, changing the apparel, and came in the house of the Lord and worshipped. He came in the house of God and worshiped. He didn't ask God why. Why, God? He was innocent. He's a child. He's this. Why, God? Why me, God? You don't ask God why. You can't question God because God knows why he's doing what he's doing to you.
He just told you why.
God knows why he's doing what he's doing to you. It's because your ways is not accepted right now. The way you moving is not accepted right now by God. So I have to move towards you in this manner, hoping that you acknowledge your faults. Acknowledge the things that you did that caused God to move on you like this. Tamshi, verse 21.
Then said his servants unto him, what thing is this that thou hast done?
He said, what thing is this that you done did?
Thou didst fast.
He said, you fasted
and weep for the child.
And you weep for the child.
While it was alive.
While the child was alive.
But when the child was dead.
But when the child was dead.
Thou didst refuse and
thou didst rise and eat bread.
And he said,
look what
while
King
the
David
child was
he
yet
said,
alive,
while the child was alive,
I fasted and wept. For I said, who can tell whether God will be gracious to
he said,
me?
listen, while the child was alive, I fasted and I wept and I fasted and wept, hoping that God would be gracious to me. That the child may live.
But now he is dead, wherefore should I fast?
He said, the child's dead. He said, what am I fasting for?
Can I bring him back
Can
again?
I bring him back? No.
I shall go to
He
him.
said, I could go to him.
But he shall not return to me.
He ain't going to return to me.
And David comforted Bathsheba, his wife.
David comforted Bathsheba, his wife.
And went in unto her and lay with her. And she bare a son. And he called his name Solomon.
Look, God didn't even charge her. I said, God didn't even charge her. He charged King David. You know why he charged King David and not the woman? Because the woman was hearkening to the command of the king. The king sent for her. She came and he laid with her. God charged him. The best sons came out of her. The best sons came out of her. Solomon and his other three brothers. Let's read.
And she bare a son and called his name Solomon, and the Lord loved him.
God loved him. I said, God loved him. I said, God loved him. God loved him. And the things that King Solomon did in his life, God still continued to love him. I mean, we better leave these people alone in that book because they have certain ways that we would never have. You're going to die trying to get those ways and acquire those ways and that mentality. They were so close to God, man. Yo, these people were so close to God. We cannot touch none of these men in this book. You cannot touch none of the women in this book. No, man. I don't know what it is, man. I don't know what it is. Man, listen. Let's read it.
And he sent by the hand of Nathan the prophet, and he called his name Jedediah.
Jedediah. God named him. King Solomon was named by his father, by his mother. By who? By his father or his mother? By his father, that's Solomon. God looked. He said, nah, man, I love this dude here. Yeah. This dude got something in him that drew me to him, and God seen it in him from a baby. From a baby. He said, nah, this guy's name is Jedediah. He said, I'm going to name him Jedediah. What's Jedediah? My beloved?
He sent by the hand of Nathan the prophet, and he called his name Jedediah because of the Lord. And Joab fought against Rabbah of the children of Ammon and took the royal city. And Joab sent messages to David and said, I have fought against Rabbah and have taken the city of waters. Therefore, gather the rest of the people together and encamp against the city and take it, lest I take the city and it be called after my name.
You see what Joab did? Joab went to encamp against the city, right? And In him encamping against the city, he thought about the king. He said, listen, if I go and take over this other city, they're going to glorify me. I don't want that glory. I don't want them that glorification. You the king. You deserve that glory.
You sent me out here.
You sent me out here. You the head. You see what that is? He's not selfish.
No. Exactly.
He don't have self-interest. And he ain't greedy. That he wants the magnifying glass always on him. He wants the scope always pointed to him. You know what that means? You're proud. You're proud and you got pride in you because no one can come to this person and uplift this person without you saying something or feeling left out. Well, what about me? I did this. He said, but I'm better. No. Our forefathers didn't have pride. We wasn't proud. We didn't have ego problems. Yeah, that's what Yedidai means. Beloved of God. Beloved of God. Leave Solomon alone. Leave King David alone. Leave these men and these women that we read about here. Leave them alone. And try and compare your ways to them. Try and follow them because that's what God did. God left these people and left this book here. This book was preserved for centuries, hundreds and thousands of years. Because there's still a way to get back to God. This was our way. This is our only way of getting back to God. That's why we still got this book. Let's read it.
And David gathered all the people together and went to Rabbah and fought against it and took it. And he took their king's crown from off his head. The weight thereof, whereof was a talent of gold with the precious stones. And it was set on David's head. And he brought forth the spoil of the city in great abundance. And he brought forth the people that were therein and put them under saws and under harrows of iron.
Okay, cut that. Let's go to Psalms 119. Let's go to Psalms 119.
Blessed are the undefiled in the way.
Blessed are the undefiled. What does blessed means? Again, blessed means to speak good about, to speak gratefully of, to grant prosperity and happiness upon.
Great.
And one thing I noticed, when a righteous man had an evil son, he didn't bless him. No, he didn't bless him. I didn't grant you prosperity. I'm not going to grant happiness upon you because you're against God. I disapprove of what you're doing and how you're living. So we got to watch what we speak good about because the things that we speak good about is not godly. Tamshi, he said, blessed is what?
Or
the undefiled. The word for undefiled in the Hebrew is temimeh. Temimeh means what? Innocent, complete, faultless, whole. Now, a whole person, wholehearted, whole person in its full nature includes your ways of thinking, your ways of feelings, and your actions. Those are three things that we need to be careful of because the way you feel will cause a negative reaction. The things that you conjure up in your mind will cause a negative reaction. So we got to be careful of those two deadly things, feelings and thoughts, and they all come in the mind. They all come here. I said they all comes there. Where's that paper at? That I had, man? Yeah. With that woman, with the sayings of a woman. She said, what is this here? Oh, there it is. There it is. I want to repeat what she said. You do not have to accept negative thoughts that keep coming up constant in your brain. Sounds like iniquity. Sounds like sin.
Is at the door.
That's what sin does. Sin comes constant in your mind. But you know what don't come constant? The good thought. Oh, I I said, that's what don't come constant. The good thought comes one time and it leaves. Sometimes it may come twice. But you know what comes constant? That's how you're able to know whether it's good or evil. The evil thought comes over and repetitively. Because the evil thought that keep coming is trying to pull you away from serving God.
Yeah.
Huh?
Yeah.
It's trying to pull you away from serving God because the devil is working on you constant.
Yeah.
It's constant work on you.
Yeah.
Why? Because you stopped doing his bidding. You stopped doing the devil's bidding. Huh? These are things that come to our mind constant, man.
Yeah.
Constant. So we gotta examine those thoughts. And when you're examining those thoughts, guess what? That takes time. You can't, that's not something that's done overnight. That's not a decision that's done overnight. It takes time to examine these crazy thoughts. But people don't examine it. They just react.
Emotional reaction.
Undefiled, right? To be made means a whole person. A person in his full nature includes ways of thinking and feelings, which is going to cause negative reaction, or it can cause a positive reaction. All right? Go ahead, read. No. Hold up. Let me see. Boom. Okay, go ahead. Time sheet.
Blessed are the undefiled in the way.
Blessed are the undefiled in the way.
Who walk in the law of the
Who
Lord.
walks in the laws of God. Time sheet.
Blessed are they that keep his testimony.
Blessed are they that keep his testimonies. You see the ones that's blessed? How are you blessed? How you doing, sweetheart? I'm blessed, but you don't keep the laws of God. I'm blessed, but you don't keep the testimonies of God. I'm blessed, but you defecate on God's laws. You're not blessed.
Bless up yourself.
You're not blessed. It said that seeking with the whole heart. Tom sheet. Verse 3.
Blessed are they that keep his testimonies and that seek him with the whole heart.
Uh-huh.
They also do no iniquity.
They also do no iniquities. Huh? Who don't do no iniquity? When you're keeping the laws of God wholeheartedly. Wholeheartedly. Huh? He said those type of people not going to sin. That's 360. That's 100%. That's not 3/4. That's not halfway. You are seeking God wholeheartedly, trying to cover every aspect, every corner, so that there's no opening for negative or emotions, or for negative emotions, or for iniquity to seep in my head. Tom sheet.
They also do no iniquity. They walk in his ways.
They walk in his ways.
Thou hast commanded us to keep thy precepts.
Thou hast commanded us to keep thy precepts diligently. Uh-huh.
Oh, that my ways were directed to keep thy statutes.
Uh-huh.
Then shall I not be ashamed when I have respect unto all thy commandments.
When you have respect, when you regard and when you consider all of the laws of God, you don't regard and respect this, but then you don't regard and respect this one. You pick and choose with what you want to acknowledge and accept.
You know what King Hezekiah said?
Huh? That's right. Go ahead, read.
I will praise thee with the uprightness of heart when I shall have learned thy righteous judgment.
I will praise thee with what?
I will praise thee with uprightness of heart.
Uprightness of heart. Uh-huh.
When I shall have learned thy righteous judgment.
Mm-hmm.
I will keep thy statutes. Oh, forsake me not utterly.
Now, then shall I not be ashamed when I have respect unto all thy commandments. Okay? What is ashamed? Embarrassed. Embarrassed. Or feeling guilt because of one's actions. So if I have done wrong against God, or if I have done wrong against people, I must have those feelings of guilt. I gotta have those feelings of guilt, because if you don't have those feelings of guilt, then you're not gonna make corrections with yourself. Tom sheet.
I will keep thy statutes. Oh, forsake me not utterly. Wherewithal shall a young man cleanse his way? By taking heed thereto according to thy word.
Hold up. My bad. Go back to 6, all right?
6.
He said, then shall I
not be
ashamed
when I have respect unto all thy commandments.
Okay, now respect, right? It means to regard, it means to consider, it means to direct one's attention to. It also means to be mindful of. It also means feeling of respect and affection for, right? Which means what? Tender attachment. And if I'm not attached to these laws and commandments, I'm not going to respect it, and I'm going to forget it too. Oh, I forgot. That's not an excuse to forget.
It's wicked to forget.
He said, I will praise thee with uprightness of heart. What is an upright heart? An upright heart is being just and having a conscience. It also means to be scrupulous, right? Scrupulous means very concerned to avoid doing wrong against God, which means you're very circumspect and you're taking heed to yourself of your wrongdoings, that before I did this wrong, I'm considering the fact that I may be in violation of the laws of God. So you refrain from what you're about to do. That's being scrupulous. Conscientious is a feeling of obligation to make right that which was done wrong. So you feel obligated to rectify your wrongdoings, right? Just is what? Conforming to a standard of what is correct by God. I can't say for something to be correct and God don't look at it as correct. I can't say it's wrong and God didn't say it's wrong. That's what we need to realize, man. But that's a training within oneself. You got to train yourself that way. I can't train you. I can't train you that way. You got to train yourself. Go ahead, read.
I will praise thee with uprightness of heart, when I shall have learned thy righteous judgments. I will keep thy statutes, O forsake me not utterly.
Tamshi.
Wherewithal shall a young man cleanse his way?
Wherewithal shall a young man cleanse his ways? How can I clean my ways? The word for clean is yezakeh. Yezakeh means to attain. How can a young man attain the ways of God? Attain means to gain the ways of God. By doing what?
By taking heed thereto according to thy word.
By taking heed to God's word. That's how you can attain his ways. That's how you can attain those ways. And these people that we read about was very accustomed. And they knew the ways of God. They know more ways of God than we know today. That's why they were so close. They knew the ways of God. They knew it. They didn't have to read the book every day to learn the ways of God. We got to learn the ways of God by reading every day, and painting it in ourselves, changing this with a... They didn't have much work to do. They knew the ways of God, man. They knew the ways of God, and that's why those people were so close. Tamshi.
By taking heed thereto according to thy word. With my whole heart have I sought thee.
With my whole heart have I sought thee. With my whole heart have I seek you. Have I sought you. Have I resort to you. To resort means the action of turning to and adopting a course of action. So before I adopt and I put these ways into effect, I got to turn. I got to turn first. Some people try to attain the ways of God and put actions in certain ways to themselves without turning. It's not going to work. You got to turn first, right? Adopting a course of action, especially a disagreeable or a undesirable one, right? So now, where we at? Look at it,
Verse 10. With my whole heart have I sought thee.
Right.
Oh, let me not wander from my commandments.
Let me not wander. Let me not wander. Let me not stray. Let me not err. Don't allow me to violate an accepted standard. Your accepted standards, oh Lord.
Tamshi.
Thy word have I hid in mine heart,
Thy word have I hid in my heart,
that I might not sin against thee.
that I might not sin. Oh my goodness. What verse is that?
That was verse 11.
Uh-huh. He said, your word have I hid in my heart. I will not forget. I'm not going to forget your laws. I'm not going to forget these commandments because I don't want to sin against you, oh Lord, because in forgetting, you will sin. If you forget, you will transgress. Tamshi.
Blessed art thou, O Lord. Teach me thy statutes. With my lips have I declared all the judgments of thy mouth. I have rejoiced in the way of thy testimonies, as much as
I have rejoiced in what? In the way of thy testimonies, as if I was rich. Like I won $1 million, $2 million. That's how I'm rejoicing in the testimonies of God. People don't rejoice in the testimonies of God. When the Sabbath comes, they get sad. They get sad, they get mad because they can't continue with their daily life and the things that they like to do. They got to shut things down.
Touchy, edgy.
Go ahead, read.
I will meditate in thy precepts.
I will meditate in thy precepts. Asika. Asika means to discuss. Asika also means to talk. I will discuss and talk in your precepts, O Lord. Tamshi.
I have respect unto thy ways.
Uh-huh.
I will delight myself in thy statutes. I will not forget thy word.
Uh-huh.
Deal bountifully with thy servant.
Deal bountifully with thy servant. Go ahead.
That I may live and keep thy word.
Now, did you see what King David asked? He said, deal with me. Because if you don't show me, oh Lord, I'm not going to live. We need God to show us this intricacy and the things in this book. Because we're going to see it our own way. Yeah. When we read, we're going to see things our own way. But we're not going to see it how God sees it. Go ahead, read.
Open down mine eyes that I may behold wondrous things out of thy law.
Open down mine eyes so that when I read, I'm able to perceive and behold wondrous things in your law. And when that happens, you see things that they don't see, that nobody else see and realize. Right. Why? Because God doesn't open your eyes because of how your life is clean before him. So he deal with you differently than he deal with other people. Tamshi.
I am a stranger in the earth. Hide not thy commandments from me. My soul breaketh for the longing.
My soul breaketh for the longings. Wow, my goodness. You know what that means? He said, my spirit is broken. I desire my longings for the longings that it had been unto thy judgments at all times. I desire your judgments. He said, I have broken my spirit. You hear that, man? I have broken my spirit so that I am able to serve God. That's what we got to do, man. When you come and you learn about who God is and his laws and his commandments, the first thing you need to do is break yourself. The first thing you need to do is break that evil spirit that you have within yourself. Because if you don't break that spirit, you're going to be running and going, coming and going, coming and going, coming and going, back and forth. Facts. You're going to be back and forth with God. I said you're going to be back and forth with God. On your own. Why? Because you did not break your spirit. You have not allowed your spirit to be broken. Yeah. And when you break your spirit, you will begin to accept everything that you hear or you read out of this book. Go ahead, read.
My soul breaketh for the longing that it had unto thy judgments at all times. Thou hast rebuked the proud that are cursed.
Thou hast rebuked the proud that are cursed. So when you're proud, you're cursed. You could be sitting in teachers and being proud, and you're proud. You got a lot of pride in you. But we got to know what are the actions of a proud man. We got to know the actions of what people with pride in them, what are the things that they do and say. Okay? The word for proud
is Zedim. Zayin Dalet Yod Mem Sofi. It means presumptuous. And when you overstep your boundaries, you take freedom in violation of the commandments of God willfully. See, we have boundaries and we have lines that we're not supposed to cross. And when we limits, and when you cross those boundaries, when you cross those limits, when you violate the commandments of God, those are the boundaries. The commandments of God and the laws and his commandments and his statutes is the boundaries. When you cross that, you cross the line. You're presumptuous. Those are cursed people. Now you're cursed. You're talking about you blessed. You're not blessed because you're sinning presumptuously. We are all cursed because we are still sinning presumptuously. Yeah, we. You know of something to be wrong, but you still do it. That's presumptuous. Tamshi.
Thou hast rebuked the proud that are cursed, which do err from thy commandments.
Which do err from thy commandments. Tamshi.
Remove from me reproach and contempt.
Remove from me reproach and contempt. These are things that we need to ask God to succeed in these laws and commandments. Because these things get in the way of you serving God. Okay? Now, he said, remove from me what? Reproach
and contempt. For I have kept thy testimony.
For I have kept thy testimony. What are reproach and contempt? What are the things that we need to ask God to remove from our spirit? To remove from us? Reproach is, in the Hebrew, is kirpa. Kirpa, het resh pe he. Kirpa means what? It means reproach. Now, reproach means to express disappointment or displeasure in. You know how many people express their disappointment in God's law? You know how many people express their displeasure in God's law? They complain and complain and complain about what they don't like and what they can't accept. You don't believe God then. Disappoint. Right? We're going to get into those two words now. What is disappoint? Disappoint means fail to fulfill the hopes or expectations of. What is your expectations? Serve God and keep his commandments. What does displeasure means now? Feelings of disapproval. You disapprove and you're against the word of God. Right. Contempt means what? A feeling that a person is not worthy or considered. These two things get in the way of you serving God. And with that, I hope everybody has gotten what was brought. And I'm going to say Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom.
And I'm going to call up the next speaker, the teacher indeed, Chief Mikhail Ben Lewy.
Giving all praises to the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, and the God of Jacob. Giving all due respect to my father, teacher, and my leader, Chief Eleazar Ben Dodo, tribe of Lewi. Giving all due respect to chief men, prince men, brothers in Israel, visitors. I bid you out of the tongue of our forefathers. Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom Lekah.
At this time, I will ask to stand. We're reciting of the Ten Commandments. Constitution of God. And please repeat after me. And God spake all these words saying.
And God spake all these words saying.
I am the Lord thy God.
I am the Lord thy God.
Which hath brought thee out of the land of Egypt.
Which hath brought thee out of the land of Egypt.
Out of the house of bondage.
Out of the house of bondage.
Thou shalt have no other gods before me.
Thou shalt have no other gods before me.
Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image.
Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image.
Or any likeness.
Or any likeness.
Of anything.
Of anything.
That is in heaven above.
That's in the heaven above.
That is in the earth beneath.
That's in the earth beneath.
That is in the water under the earth.
That is in the water under the earth.
Thou shalt not bow down thyself to them.
Thou shalt not bow down thyself to them.
Nor serve them.
Nor serve them.
For I, the Lord thy God.
For I, the Lord thy God.
Am a jealous God.
Am a jealous God.
Visiting the iniquity of the fathers.
Visiting the iniquities of the fathers.
Upon the children.
upon the
children,
children,
unto the third
unto the third
and fourth
and fourth
generation of them that hate me,
unto the third and fourth generation of them that hate me,
and showing mercy
and showing mercy
unto thousands of them
unto thousands of them
that love me
that love me
and keep my commandments.
and keep my commandments.
Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy God in vain.
thou shalt not take the name of the
Lord thy God in vain.
For the Lord will not hold him guiltless
For the Lord will not hold him guiltless
that taketh his name in vain.
that take his name in vain.
Remember the Sabbath day
Remember the Sabbath
to
day,
keep it holy.
to
keep it holy,
6 days shalt thou labor
6 days thou shalt labor,
and do all thy work.
and do all thy work.
But the seventh day
But the seventh day
is the Sabbath of the Lord thy God.
is the Sabbath of the Lord thy God.
In it
In it
thou shalt not do any work.
thou shalt not do any work.
Thou,
Thou,
nor thy son,
nor thy
nor
son,
thy daughter,
nor thy
nor
daughter,
thy manservant,
nor thy
nor thy
manservant,
maidservant,
nor thy
nor thy
maidservant,
cattle,
nor thy cattle,
nor thy stranger that is within thy gates.
nor the stranger that is within thy gates.
For in 6 days the Lord made heaven and earth,
For in 6 days the Lord made heaven and earth,
the sea,
the sea,
and all that in them is,
and all that in them is,
and rested the seventh day.
and rested the seventh day.
Wherefore the Lord blessed the Sabbath day,
Wherefore the Lord blessed the Sabbath day,
and hallowed it.
and
hallowed it.
Honor thy father and thy mother,
Honor thy father and thy mother,
that thy days may be long
that thy days may be long
upon the land
upon the
which
land
the Lord thy God giveth thee.
which the Lord thy God giveth thee.
Thou shalt not murder.
Thou shalt not murder.
Thou shalt not commit adultery.
Thou shalt not commit adultery.
Thou shalt not steal.
Thou shalt not steal.
Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor.
Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor.
Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's house.
Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's house.
Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's wife,
Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's wife,
nor his manservant,
nor his manservant,
nor his maidservant,
nor his maidservant,
nor his ox,
nor his ox,
nor his ass,
nor his
nor
ass,
anything that is thy neighbor's.
nor
anything that is thy neighbor's.
You may be seated. And all the people saw the thunderings and the lightnings and the noise of the trumpet, and the mountain smoking. And when the people saw it, they removed and stood afar off. And they said unto Moses, Speak thou with us, and we will hear. But let not God speak with us, lest we die. Moses said unto the people, Fear not, for God is come to prove you, and that his fear may be before your faces, that ye sin not. And the people stood afar off. And Moses drew near unto the thick darkness where God was. And the Lord said unto Moses, Thus thou shalt say unto the children of Israel, Ye have seen that I have talked with you from heaven. You shall not make with me gods of silver, neither shall you make unto you gods of gold. An altar of earth thou shalt make unto me, and shalt sacrifice thereon thy burnt offerings, and thy peace offerings, thy sheep and thine oxen. In all places where I record my name, I will come unto thee, and I will bless thee. And if thou wilt make me an altar of stone, thou shalt not build it of hewn stone. Well, if thou lift up thy tool upon it, thou hast polluted it. Neither shalt thou go up by steps into mine altar, that thy nakedness be not discovered thereon. That was the commandments of the Most High God that was given to Moses to teach the children of Israel, not the world. And why I always stress that? Because of the way things that went down, the world is not going to serve God.
Right.
Everybody's not going to come and say, hey, you know what, you guys are right. This is wrong. I'm going to stop believing in this. That's a dream. That's a dream. And God say dreams only matter if it say, thus saith the Lord. Y'all know that, right?
Right.
They say, man have dreams. They said, but dreams ain't nothing. The only time the dream matter is if the Lord is in it.
That's right.
If it say, thus saith the Lord.
God is in it.
Okay? So we don't follow dreams either. I have a dream, and then I'm going after what I saw in the dream. But God ain't never said God wasn't in that dream.
That's right.
You see, these are also the thoughts of man. Man's thoughts carry as far as when you go to sleep. That's where the dreams come from. Most of the time you dream about how you live, what your entertainment is, what you like and don't like, your fears, everything come up in your dreams. But they don't count. You know whose dreams counted? Abraham. When he dreamed, God caused him to sleep, put a deep sleep on him. That's comatose. He put a deep sleep on him, and he showed him. And when he was showing him, he felt horrified. This wasn't a good vision that God showed him that was going to happen to the people in the future. Jacob had a dream. He had a dream and he saw a ladder. That's what he saw. God showed him that in the vision.
That's right.
Okay? Joseph had dreamed. He saw Daniel. Oh
Prophets.
boy, Daniel. God showed these some guys, God didn't wait for them to go to sleep. He showed them visions. And only you gonna see it. So Jeremiah sat amongst the nobles of Judah near the brook Kibar in Babylon. He said, and there was a rumbling. And everybody got up and started getting. He didn't move. He knew that the rumbling was of the Lord.
of God.
He saw certain visions that they didn't see. God was talking to Jeremiah right there amongst the people. These people were God's people. God took them and made him. He said, look, I'm going to teach you these laws because your father Abraham, this was our relationship. I gave him the commandments.
Right.
And he did everything I said,
right.
man. He did everything I said.
That's
He didn't
right.
question it. He didn't
Right.
feel no way.
That's right.
Okay?
That's right.
He didn't have second thoughts, reservations. He said, solid God. He said, yo, and that's why God told Isaac everything I told your father to do. Father did it, man. That's what makes you good enough for me to come to you. Because you're daddy. Now you got to walk in his shoes. And don't you see, if you read about Isaac, he went through everything Abraham went through. Even with the same king, same situation, getting his woman snatched from everything. You're going to walk in those spaces and walk after the footsteps of David. That's walking after the footsteps of his father. And then Jacob came and did the same thing. They say that Jacob went through a lot more because he said the years of my life, very troubling. I didn't have a straight life that, with no occurrences, no. God, Abraham went through it. Why did somebody come and snatch your woman? You can't do nothing about it. No. They usually kill you, but it's because of God why they didn't kill him. Usually when they snatch your woman, you're dead already. They didn't do that with Abraham. They didn't do that with Isaac because they followed all of God's laws, commandments, statutes, judgments, his voice, and his charge. You know what the voice and his charge mean? Anytime God appeared to them and they heard his voice, attention, all attention, whatever they were doing was dropped. Same way when your father come in the room, when your mother come in the room. And look, man, this stuff with your honoring your father and mother is practice in how to serve God. It's practice in how to honor God. It's not a light thing. That's why God said honor them. Because in honoring them, you will learn what honor, respect, gratitude, all these words we learn, you give it up to them first because you knew them before God.
That's right.
And they introduce you to God. Well, the ones that have parents that do this way of life. And even the ones that don't, God said honor them. Doesn't matter. You honor them. Okay? But now, the separating of relatives. See, for me to accomplish these commandments, I have to have my own dwelling. I can't have no other relative, all right, over me. Because when their celebrations and their holidays and everything else come, I can't stop it. But I'm going to be around it. Or I can't stop it. So when you get to the point where you can leave off and be on your own, that's when it counts for you. Because I can't say nothing to you in your house. The children of Israel couldn't say nothing to eat to. That's why they said, yo, you got to let us go so we can serve God. We can't serve God here. God ain't going to choose to place his name in Brooklyn. That's why it wasn't in Egypt. That's why you had to wait for years for that to happen. He said, you're going to bring it to where. So until then, while y'all in the wilderness, you got the tent of meeting. This will stand for now until David comes later on and writes the blueprints and gives it to his son, and his son makes the temple. Now, that's true. That's in Jerusalem. Now, everybody goes, you don't have the tabernacle no more. You don't have that tent. Now you got Jerusalem. And the whole nation, all of y'all go there. This is where God's name is. So where is God's name now? Where is the place where God chose for people to come and serve him and find out about him? It's not here no more. So you can't have priests. You can't have kings.
That's right.
And the priests, kings, and prophets. This is your priest, king, and prophet. The prophets, you know who my prophets is? Moses. Yeah, Isaiah. Because the same words that they said that stand then, stand now. They spoke of these times. So those are my prophets.
That's right.
My king is David. I'm not a king, but I'm still going to follow after him. You see how that goes? They talk bad about Saul. Saul stopped the people from eating blood. That is the law. They're not supposed to eat flesh with the blood. So these people had the law covered. Okay? Their ways messed them up. Their ways messed them up. Their thoughts. They said, he said, don't go by every thought that jump in your head. I was trying to find it when I was sitting there, because when you was talking about thoughts, that jumped up in my head. It's in Apocrypha, it's even in Ecclesiasticus or Wisdom of Solomon, where it said, every thought that comes in your head, don't entertain it. Most of the thoughts that come in your head is wrong. See, we were born with good and evil, but our inclination is towards evil. Y'all understand what I'm saying? We were born with good and evil, but the things and the delights and the lusts and the doings and everything comes more from the evil, where it tastes a little better, it's sweeter. So you tend to lean towards that more. Okay, now we're going to go to the book of the law, Leviticus chapter 19. You got to stay in this law. This is where everything that you do in serving God comes from. Yeah. The law and changing your ways. They go together. They go together. Now, if I can't change my ways without doing the law. And you can't do the law without changing your ways. They go together. You can't accomplish one, Leviticus 19, without the other. They accommodate each other. Okay? Time sheet.
And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Speak unto all the congregation of the children of Israel, and say unto them, Ye shall be holy, for I, the Lord your God, am holy.
I can't think like everybody else. I can't even think like, I got to think the way God approves of me thinking, and that the only way is to see how they thought. Okay? The thoughts that came into him that make them act. God said it displeased him, but God said he was he commended them for that. Certain acts, certain things. Okay? He said, man, I like this guy here. I like it because when I look in his head, I go in his heart, it's not dirty. It's not a bunch of stuff in there that I don't like. So I could deal with this guy. I could deal with this woman. Being holy, everybody in the world says they're holy. Every religion says they're holy. They say their deity, which has no life in it, is also holy. And they say the things that come from it. But God tells us what is holy. Okay? He said, ye shall be holy. Now, to be holy is to be different. To be set apart. What set me apart? Apart from who? From what? Apart from people. Apart from society. Yeah. Because we think how society tells you how to think.
That's right.
We don't think how God tells us how to think.
That's right.
Look, society don't sit you down and say, look, I want you to think like this. No. We see how it goes, and we follow and do, and it's okay. But when God says it, we got a problem. When your father says it, you got a problem. When your mother says it, you got a problem. When any type of authority that comes to you about correction and righteousness, it's a problem. That's the wickedness in you bucking. And that's the fight that has to be overcome. He said, this is the condition of the battle. Not going to war with people that don't serve God. God told them to kill those people. They didn't. That's why they're still around. That's why you got weirdos around. That's why you got them all over the place. Okay? You can't kill them now. You can't get rid of them. The world is filled with it. Just don't give them no attention. Keep them away. So that's how you set yourself apart. I live different. I eat different. I dress different. I don't celebrate what you celebrate. I celebrate only what God commanded me in Leviticus chapter 23. All the days that are to be memorialized, right? To remember. He said, this shall be a memorial. All right? All the days to be honored, like today, the Shabbat, and the feast days, and Yom Kippur. Then you got the new moons. I don't see no other days in Leviticus 23. Every other day that was set up by our forefathers after that was because of what they was going through at that time. Okay? Because morality was low. You know what a patriot is? A person that has blinding allegiance to their nation, to their God, to their family, to their cause. That's what a patriot is. That's why Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob are called patriarchs. The fathers, okay? Mothers are matriarchs, like Sarah, okay? Like Rebecca, like Ruth, like Leah. Not in this book, I read in another book that Leah honored her husband, Jacob. She looked up to him. She hung on every word he said. So the men, we have a problem with hanging on the word that God say, and the women have a problem with hanging on the word that they man say. And no. And the children, talking about God, they don't listen to their parents. So nobody's locking on. Everybody's out of place. Everybody's unholy. It's why God not going to hear nobody's prayers unless you are set apart to the service of God. The service of God is when you pray to him, what we're doing right now, when you follow these commandments, when you put in any action of what God commanded us to do. Okay? That's the service of God. Now, we don't send up offerings. No, can't. God destroyed that setup. Said the calves of our lips, our prayers. But he said, holy beings praise thee daily. So he's only going to accept the prayers of a person who has separated themselves from the rest of the hood, the world, society. That goes into, look, and I lean hard on the birthdays. You know why? Because that's the day. People love the birthday more than any other day. That's the day. I seen that at Thanksgiving, the whole family together. I seen this, man, forget this family. And he pick up the table. People come and they argue. Some people say, man, I'm not coming there. I'm still not talking to George. So the holidays don't matter. Because that's not what it was about. The families stayed together in Israel. Right or wrong?
That's right.
The children don't reach 15 and 16 years old and run off on their own. They didn't do that. They stayed with their parents. Some stayed and never got married. Because now if I get married, I can't put in this time over here. And those are dedicated things. Yeah, it comes a time when, okay, I can't do this for my life is not for me now. And you have to come to terms with that and put your service in.
That's me.
People not doing that. I was telling my email the other day, that's why you see a bunch of old, mostly old ladies, because men die off first. But you see a bunch of old ladies, they don't have nobody helping them. Nobody. And they got family, they got sons, they got daughters. Because some of the people I know, right? And you see the sons and the daughters on Instagram, they live far away and they living good and they're comfortable and happy in life. But then they got a mother or a father, they ain't got nobody to send to the store and they can't make it. I see this one man, he walking and he stand up halfway in the middle of the block. He can't walk no more. He's trying to get to the store. It's a long way. That corner is a long way to an old person. It's like an old man climbing a thing of sand. Can't get there. And I be feeling sorry for him. Yeah. I said, man, you good? I said, well, yeah, I get it for you. You ain't soda? Go back. Stay right here. I get it. I'll go get it for him. Because I see my parents. Yeah. I said, damn, boy. Feel sorry for him. All these things is your ways, though. Come from your ways. Not everybody feel that way. Some people resent their mother. You have women that don't talk to their mother. Daughters. That for whatever reason, it don't matter. That happened. You still ain't talking to her. You got guys that don't deal with their father. Well, look, I remember everything he did. So God gonna remember everything you do. Right? Who you think you are, right? Look, what was done to you was supposed to be done. Stop crying. Stop crying, because you're wicked. I hear parents say, oh, well, I don't do this with my children because, it happened to me. What happened to you? You got disciplined? Word. So you didn't like the discipline? Word. That's very, and a lot of, I hear it from a lot of mothers. So you let the kids run over. So they let the kids do what they want.
And don't want to look at me, I'm bleeding.
You let the kids do what they want. Then when the kid becomes big and he starts talking back, he's an animal.
Yeah, you did that.
Look, we create our own Frankensteins. If I have a wife and I just let her have her way and get away with everything, right? And then I try to, one day I say, hey, stop. Is she going to stop?
No. She's going to go to Tom.
If I have a dog and I don't leash that dog, okay? I never leash the dog and teach the dog discipline to walk with me. I take it off and just walk. The dog walk anyhow. Is that dog discipline?
No.
You jeopardizing that dog. You see, the other day I had a stun gun. And I walk with it every day now because I can't walk with a gun. I can't walk with a knife. You go to jail. So you gotta have something. This is one of the reasons why. Walking. Dude walking, he got two big pit bulls. Ferocious looking pit bulls. Now I'm a dog handler. I love dogs. I know dogs. And I can tell when certain dogs is with it, certain dogs ain't with it. The way they walk, like I was about to say, they trot. Certain dogs have a certain trot. Like, yeah, I got this. And he can come there, I could bite. And I see them coming, and they looked at me, and I see them coming. I pulled it out and said, and they stopped. Yeah. He said, yo, come here. I said, yeah, call your dog, son. Call your dog.
Well, I had that Negro shaking.
Because you don't have the discipline. It's not on the leash. Because all three of y'all are going to be on the ground. That's an example. What you don't discipline will turn on you later. You understand what I'm saying? It's a spare a rod. You what?
Spoil the child.
Spoil the child. That's why you get punished for your kid. You get privileges taken away. So you can learn and recognize authority. And you have to be this way in order to serve God. You have to be holy in order to serve God. Okay? Come see.
You shall fear every man his mother and his father, and keep my Sabbath.
Ain't nobody scared of their mother. I was just saying, ain't nobody scared of their mother and father. So the honor, see, if you're scared, you're going to honor. You're not going to honor and you're not scared. Let's get these words and these definitions and everything in its proper perspective. You have to fear. Okay? I'm afraid to make her or him upset. I'm afraid to do this. I don't want to get the rubber. You see them getting a little, you pipe, you say, okay. Oh, no problem. All right. You pipe down. If somebody else come and say, yo, chill.
That's right.
If I come and tell you chill, don't say, man, get away from me. You gotta chill. Something gotta be, we gotta have penalties, something to stop this. You have to chill because of considering your parents It is beyond, look, the considering of my parents is more than what I'm upset about, than what I'm happy about, than what I'm concerned about. How about that? The honoring of my parents is more than what I'm emotional about. It could be happy, sad, or whatever. Time sheet. He said, keep my Sabbaths. He said, you shall bear every man his mother and his father, and keep my Sabbaths. I am the Lord your God. So after he said, yo, be holy. I don't know the first thing of being holy. Well, look, he said being set apart. So now, how do I get set apart? He's telling you right here. Right after that, he said, okay, first off, stop. You got to fear your mother and father.
Mm-hmm.
Keep all my Sabbaths. He said, now you got this. That's a lifetime thing you have to do.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? That don't never stop until you're dead. Then after that, he said, turn ye not unto idols. Now this is the lifestyle. Now this is dealing with, because when you leave out your mother and father house, you're going to learn more evil. When you leave out your mother and father house, you learn more evil. That's what happens today. That's why kids go crazy. They run away. They want to be here because they got a taste of out there. And they're not ready. When we don't listen to our parents about our future lives, like, yo, man, don't do it. We pay. We pay. And it's already in the works. God ain't got to do nothing because you're already on the other side. If we honor our mother and father, it won't be so bad with God. I can consider God practice make perfect. Okay? Give it up to them. All right? Give it up to them. Make yourself. Force yourself. And then you will have the strength not to turn unto idols. Now, to turn to idols means I live and I follow the people. The people. I don't have to go around the corner and go into church. All I have to do is follow the people that go to church. All I have to do is follow these people that serve this idol. You don't have to have the idol in your house. Follow the people. That's why God said the nations. He said that's how you wind up following after their gods. How do you think people wind up following after the Most High God? They see us and follow us. They come around us and they follow and mimic certain things, certain sayings that Israelites say, mannerism, actions. They get used to it. That's why I recite the 10 Commandments before I come up. Because that's what we used to do in Benai. And that's why the 10 Commandments, just one, I don't care what you do during the week. That's on you. Once a week, for the rest of your life, you go over these commandments on Shabbat. Just right? Look, during the week, pops in your head. It's called memory, or graphic memory, recital memory. Things that you go over and over and over again, it's in your head now. Okay? That helps. Because it said keep the law of God in your heart. So it helps. Sometimes you're walking, you might get a bad thought that you know is bad. You can recite it. Recite this. Recite God's commandment. You don't have to say God's name. He said he gave us a bunch of words that are holy. All these laws are holy. All you got to do is recite them to your heart, recite them to yourself, and that'll stop you. You ain't going to be able to do it. Try it. But you got to be able to, you got to take one of your eyes out and put it over you. You know what I mean? Watch yourself. Watch yourself. All the holidays of the people that serve idols, we're not supposed to be celebrating.
Right.
Okay? The first birthday that was ever recorded and mentioned was by Pharaoh. Pharaoh, the king of Egypt. Mm-hmm. Pharaoh, who chased after us. Pharaoh, who has 1 million gods, who says he's a god. Pharaoh, who thought he was calling up the sun. And there's a whole story why he did that. Remember in Isaiah, who calls up the son, who was in charge?
Right.
Okay? He mimics that. That's why he do it. They're devil worshippers. People don't like to hear those two words. Devil worshippers. You either worship God or you worship the devil. And the devil has made it possible for images, symbols, monuments, all these things to be proxy. Oh, no, we don't like the devil. I'm a Christian.
That nigga on
He's
the
behind. That's him right there. Look, God come. Look. He ain't coming with horns. And if he come like that, you running. You're running. You're going to have a heart attack.
Come on, man.
He comes subtle. They say he's subtle, right? He's clever. He's slick. But he gonna come into something that looks good. Okay? He gonna come into something to make you want to feel sorry for. Why that guy? Why y'all did that to him? Why is he up there in the pamper and it's right?
There's no clothes on.
But they want people to feel sorry for this no God that did not die for your sins. He did not die for your sins. See, this is the beginning of the lie of that whole thing.
That's a fact.
He did not die. Nobody could die for your
The
sins.
nigga was running. He ain't want to die.
Even in Israel, the priest had to make an atonement for your sin. He can't give himself up. Moses said, take me out. Blot me out that book. God said, the soul that city it shall die. You know what that means? Moses said, they sinned. Moses didn't sin. He said, kill me in place where they sinned. Don't kill the people, kill me. That means I died for their sins. God said no. He said no. He said the soul that's sinning, it shall die. It, meaning that soul, shall die. He said that soul will I blot out of that name out of my book, the book of life. The book of life is the people who are going to live on after your flesh is in the ground. It's all over the book. They say he died. They said this guy died and he was gathered unto his fathers. Said he was gathered unto his fathers. Another say he was gathered unto his people. This guy died in the garden in the back. He's the only person in the back buried there. What people has he been gathered to after he died? Think about these things. Don't let it go over your head. Like you listen to every line in the rhyme, and you don't let you get what every line in that rhyme, that guy's rhyme mean. That's what we have to do with this. Stop overlooking certain things. Now you got a day called Valentine's Day coming up. It's a day for heathens. It's really, I express my love for you. No, this is the act of worship for that so-called saint.
Yep.
See? You see that heart? You see the heart? That is a demonic symbol. It's a demonic symbol. It's the same as the cross. The cross and the Nike symbol ain't the only things. Look, man, when you go on your phone and you're about to write something, what pops up? What pops up? The letters for you to type, right? Yeah. Then when you want to express your feeling on what you're saying, you got what? Emojis. Emojis. The smiley face. Man, woman, child. Thumbs up. All these things are images. Y'all don't even know. In Indian society, ancient Indian society, they have a god of fire. And how they represent that, they draw a thing of fire. That's it. Now I have, man. Oh wow, man, that rhyme was hot. That was fire. Beep, 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 beep. Now press the fire button. We communicating by imagery. Only thing I put is 100. 100. Get myself off using smiley faces because they got emoticons. They express your emotion in an image. Those are images. Am I right or wrong? Right? Those are images. Okay? But people will say, oh, no, that ain't. Okay, cool. You start to see how people in ancient religions and how they worship their God, you will be like, oh, sure, I'm doing the same thing. If you recognize, if you don't refuse. Yeah, Indian culture, they got everything that you see on that emoji board, they got that. They got a person's face. Don't matter if he's smiling or not. It don't matter.
Mm-hmm.
So you gotta understand, if everybody's gonna be against God, everything they do is gonna be against God too. Their lifestyle and how they do certain things. So we can't get caught up in everything, man. That's how you do not turn into idols. Following the people. That's why you don't let your kids sleep over with heathens. You don't let your kids deal with heathens. Heathen kids teach kids evil things. Right in school. Right in school. Then when the kid come home doing some weird act or saying something, he's like, hey, what you said? Don't say that. He picked that up outside. He picked that up in school. So every day is a counter. That's why my Abba used to have us reading this book from young. From young. Sometimes he would come in and say, cut that off. Get the book. Y'all come sit down and read. Like what we doing right now. Sometimes what we doing right now, we do during the week. Am I right or wrong? All up until the time he left here. At any given time, he said, man, go get the books and call your brothers. Or whoever's in there with him, he said, call your brothers. Whoever's in their house with him, call them. Sometimes it's so important, whoever's not there, he said, get them on speaker. I don't want you to miss this, because if you miss this, you need to hear this. I'm going to listen to what he dropped more than anybody say anything to me, because he already showed me a way. And he lived it. Tell you.
Turn ye not unto idols, nor make to yourselves molten gods. I am the Lord your God.
No, we don't make them. We don't make them, but we follow the ways. You follow the people who serve Jake. Tamshi.
And if you offer a sacrifice of peace offerings unto the Lord, you shall offer it at your own will.
That was when offerings was done. You had a peace offering. It said, serve peace offering. You do that on your own. Tamshi.
It shall be eaten the same day you offer it.
But the sacrifice, that peace offering, has to be eaten the same day that you offer it. Okay? He said, and what?
And on the morrow, and if aught remain until the third day, it shall be burnt in the fire.
So you got today to eat it. You got tomorrow to finish it. But those offerings is animals. That's a lot of flesh. That's a lot of flesh. One ox could feed this family for weeks. An ox, you know how big these animals are? You know how much meat a goat pack and a sheep? So he said, you got 2 days to finish that. But look, it's not every time you're going to be able to eat everything you got on your plate. So God knows this. He said, it shall be eaten the same day you offer it, and on the morrow,
And if it be eaten at all on the third day, it is abominable. It shall not be accepted.
See, and if aught remain until the third day, you can't eat it. On the third day now, remember, this is God's sacrifice. It's still a holy situation that's happening here. And what you're eating is holy, because that animal was burnt to God. Okay? So what he's saying is, if anything is there until the third day, he said, you can't eat it. Take it, you take that food and you burn it in fire. So don't listen to people when they say, oh, it's a sin to throw away food. Who said that? Who said that? If you can't beat them, join them. Who said that?
Nobody.
None of my forefathers said that. My father ain't say that. My mother ain't say that. They didn't even think. They didn't teach us like that. But a lot of people say, oh, man, but it's food. It's about. God said, if any's left on the third day, burn it. That's it. Why can't we just do what God said?
How about a little bit of
How about
righteousness?
that's just what came in my head. How about a little bit of righteousness? Why can't you just do it, man? Why is every law a problem for Israel to do?
You ain't going nowhere.
Why is it a problem? Why? God said, don't eat the flesh with the fat and the blood. There's still a debate on it.
Still
In
yummy.
Israel.
Still yummy.
There's still a debate on unclean birds.
God said, don't mention his name. You want debate.
Everything that come out this law is a debate.
Debate.
Or you want to question it.
Dead, you want dead, man.
And you just got here.
Dead, you want dead.
You just got here. These are supposed to be more open. Even me, I use these when I open up my mouth.
Dead, you want
I
dead.
think about things before, even if I'm about to say correct somebody or something, I listen to everything they got to say first. And then sometimes it ain't the time to correct. So a wise man knows when to keep his mouth shut. This ain't the time. Because nobody wants to hear what the wise man got to say. You can perceive these things. And so they said, well, no, I'm going to keep my mouth shut because he said it, and he want to kill him or she want. So it's not the time. This is not where what wisdom is going to be heard. You got to know these times. He said, if you're eating on the same day, you shall open the verse 8. Therefore, everyone that eateth it shall bear his iniquity. If you eat it on the third day, that iniquity stays on you. You bear it. You carry it with you. You know where you carry it to? When you die. Your sins and your iniquities, your good deeds and your bad deeds, they go with you. That's what go with you. Those are spirits. Those deeds activate certain spirits that attain to you. That's the energy you be putting out. See what people be saying? Oh, the energy you putting out. Okay, the energy I'm putting out is righteousness. That goes with me. That energy go in my spirit. So you will carry certain sins. You carry the iniquity. All right? Because he had profaned the hallowed thing. This is why that iniquity going to stick on you. Because you profaned the hallowed, whatever that God had that is holy and you profane it, you're going to hold on to that violation. Okay? And that soul shall be cut off from among his people. One man touched the ark. The ark was on a cart and it was falling. And it wasn't his job to even fix or touch the ark. Yeah, it's the ark. No, man, we can't at all. But you are not. This here is so holy. Only the Levites, these certain priests can carry that. And they don't touch it exactly. They got a thing called staves. We call it poles. Okay? It got rings around it. The ark is like a box. And it got rings around it. And you put the poles through it. And I could pick it up. That way I don't touch, even the ones that carry it, don't touch that ark. Okay? You can't touch it. So one day it was on a cart. It was being brought back from the Philistines. And they put it in the cart. And they let 2 cows pull it. The Philistines did not want to touch the ark. So they said, look, that's God is in either. They said either God is in the box or God has something to do with that. We got to leave that alone. We die. We can't do nothing with that. Send it, put that in the thing, and peradventure, wherever it goes, where God wanted to go. And it wound up going back. And when it got back, the cart that it was in, the wagon that it was in, tipped over, and it was falling. And a man reached out, Uzzah. His name's Uzzah. He reached out, like the ark is falling, to catch it, to save it. And he got killed. God killed it. God didn't even kill him. It's already in the books. Mm-hmm. No one can touch this. They touch it, they die. So when he touched it, he died. And David called it Perez Uzzah. Breach. The breach of Uzzah. Mm-hmm. So that word holy go a long way. You know, you can make something holy. You can make, look. I got robes, right? I got robes that I wear regularly, but this robe I only wear on Shabbats. This robe I only wear when we on the days that God prescribed. Look. Forget the days that God prescribed. The Shabbat. If I say anything just for the Shabbat, that's set apart. I don't have to go to Jerusalem. You can still be holy, and you can still make your house holy, and make your clothes holy. Yeah, that's why the men and the women can't share clothes. That's why they don't share nothing. Tool, utensil, thing, instrument, weapon, article, artifact, vessel, container. We don't even have the same bowls to store food in than the women do. We have different colored spoons. The woman got a color or design, and the men got a certain to distinguish. Now I can distinguish. That means I can do what? Oh, this go over here, this go over here. I just set them apart. So that's how I have to be. I have to be set apart. In those days, and people like, look, man, you can't make up days and put it in Israel. You can't make up days and celebrate it on Shabbats. You can't make up days and celebrate it, period. But then I notice people do it on Shabbat. Shabbat is not that important to Israelites. Yom Kippur is more important. Feast of Unleavened Bread is more important. Their birthdays are more important, and their anniversaries. You never heard Abraham tell Sarah, "Oh, baby, I'm sorry, I forgot our anniversary." We celebrate the day that we got married. This is the problem with man. We want to commemorate days of trivialness, of vanity. Anniversary.
Ain't no anniversary.
No such thing as that. It's our anniversary. No such thing.
Ain't no anniversary.
Don't call me with that.
Talking about. You use anniversary, you're a heathen.
That's right.
Use that word, you're a heathen.
That's
You
correct.
wicked.
Because that's where it comes from.
You wicked, man.
Oh, just the anniversary of no good. You can't do these things. These are ways of turning to an idol.
Talking about, man.
Ain't no little baby girl, ain't no anniversary here. Don't expect to get a present. Okay? Because it's the way of the world. This is their beliefs.
Yeah.
These are their days. They are not my beliefs, and these are not my days. And I don't have to believe it. Okay? That's why I'm single. Even Israelite woman, I ain't got time for it. If they got ideas and beliefs, I ain't got time for it.
Yeah.
A lot of Israelite men and women have the same ideas and beliefs for relationships and marriages as Americans do, as the world do. It's not based on what we be reading and going off on. We read this and then do another thing as soon as the sun go down. I've seen us, we went into a chapter about a situation and how it was dealt with, and then I see that same situation unfold. And I said, damn, it's a couple of hours ago, we was teaching about this same thing. You're not passing your tests because you're not studying. Yeah, study. Cram for the exam. Be ready for your tests. Tell me.
Therefore, everyone that eateth shall bear his iniquity, because he hath profaned the hallowed thing of the Lord. And that soul shall be cut off from among his people. And when you reap the harvest of your land, thou shalt not wholly reap the corners of thy field. Neither shalt thou gather the gleanings of thy harvest.
We was an independent people. We had our own land. We did not pay taxes to the government.
Right?
We were the government. God was the government. God set it up. God said who was in charge and who was this, and that was it. We on our own with the law. Okay? Tell she.
And thou shalt not glean thy vineyard.
Now this showed them how not to be selfish and greedy. When you're selfish, you're greedy, and when you're greedy, you're selfish. They go together. But greed means I want everything for who? Who? Who?
Myself.
Myself. Thank you. For self. So that word selfish means everything is for self. So that means I want everything. And that scripture, man, you took everything, man. There's other people got to eat. You too greedy. You took too much.
So,
And he teaches that how he taught them how to be that way with the stuff he gave them. He gave them those fields. It's yours. But there's laws here. He said, don't glean every grape of thy vineyard. He said, thou shalt leave them for the poor, the stranger of your people. There's people who don't have vineyards, this and that. Not everybody has. Not everybody's going to be rich. Most of the world is poor. So this is a way to look out for the ones, whether you're poor or not, you're going to get fed. You can go in my yard and eat as much as you want, man. Because I don't glean out everything. I don't clean out everything. Even the animals will come and get some. He said, leave them for the poor and the stranger. I am the Lord your God. Meaning, I don't be all selfish with everything. I got a lot. That means I got to look out for somebody, man. There's somebody, this is why I got so much. Tongue sheet.
You should not steal.
Stop taking things that don't belong to you. Say it again.
You should not steal.
Stop taking things that do not belong to you. I don't care how it's done. Don't take nothing that does not belong to you. You know why? It's not a good thing to steal. But when you get it stolen, when you get something stolen from you, you want to kill the world. Right or wrong?
Mm-hmm.
Yo, man, I left this here. Somebody took it. And nobody's fessing up to it. You're looking at everybody. But you can't look, I mean, meaning that no trust is here now. I don't know who to trust. Okay? Everyone should be able to put something down and 3 days later come back to where it's at. Or sometimes I get a call. Hey, man, is this yours? Yeah, that's mine. Yo, you can have it. But you can't just pick it up yourself to touch something that don't belong to you.
you cannot find nothing in my house.
Oh, man, thank you. There is no way you come to my house and find $1. Yeah, but it was under there. Okay, that's my dollars in my house. I'm going to come to your house and find stuff there. See, turn it around on you and see if you like it. Then you'll know it's a sin to do it. Do not take anything that does not down to juice. Ask for it. Oh, no, but that stuff is for the house. Okay, cool. I'm going to still treat it accordingly. I'm not going to dog it out because it's for the house. Okay. Take a small cup. Drink. Learn to take a little and be satisfied. Learn to say a little and be satisfied. That's what we have to learn. That's what this teaches us, man. That's how these laws will direct our brain. We'll automatically start moving this way. He said, thou shalt not steal. He said, neither deal falsely. And you could deal falsely in matters containing money, right? Forgery, forging checks, or I put down people. Yeah. The information that I gave is false in order to gain. That's what you call unjust gain. God don't like when you get money or value unjustly. You got it by deceiving, lying, or violently robbing. Okay?
AKA scamming.
Oh, scamming is the number one. People don't rob no more. People don't rob. There's two things people are into now. And as an alert,
Is into that.
and as an alert, we gotta let everybody know that have cars, be on point with their cars out here. There are strings of what do they call it? Grand theft auto around here. This area. A lot of cars got stolen within the past week around here. Okay? That's grand theft auto. People steal cars because there's a lot of money. You can cash it in. All right? And scamming. There's so many different ways to scam. We can't involve ourselves with all that is unjust gain. You're taking something that don't belong to you. You come outside and your car gone. You gonna be happy? Okay. So you gotta stop. Because one king, anytime he went against any king, he cut their thumbs and their great toes off, their big toes. And he never stopped. He didn't have no mercy doing it. One day, he got bagged up.
Bagged him up.
He
And
said,
they cut.
he said himself.
He,
He said himself.
that's why these people are better.
Right, man, they better than us, man.
Because we don't even do this. He said, yo. He said 10, what, 10, what? He said 3 score and 10. 70 kings. Yo, I did this to 70 kings. He said, and the Lord. He didn't say these people. He said, and the Lord hath requited me the same. I can't complain.
Can't complain.
I did it too.
That nigga said, I can't complain.
I'll take my
I did it.
punishment. That's godly. So you know what? I did this.
And his wickedness, man.
Look. I don't do that no more. I've been stopped, but you still gotta pay for it.
And his wickedness, man.
That's why when you fast, you don't just fast. You gotta make supplications. You know what supplications is? Promises, vows. That's what my father used to do. You make confession, he confessed his sins, and then he confessed to God. Look, I'm not doing that no more. And to show you that I'm serious, I'm gonna stop this. To show you that I don't want to do this no more, I'm gonna fast for 3 days out the week.
For the rest of your life. For the rest of the life.
Now, there were times he got a week, he got 3 days out of the week, right? There were times he would do that straight. He would eat Shabbat. Sunday morning, shut down.
Shut down.
Monday, shut down. Tuesday, shut down. Tuesday evening, he eat. There was times when he ate. That he fasted Sunday, ate Monday, then he fasted Tuesday and Wednesday. He made sure he covered those 3 because of his personal sins that he feels sorry about today. He's done it with all of us. He done sat down and said, hey, we watch it TV. And he said, yo, man, just thinking about what I did over here, when I did this. And he said, sometimes he said, yeah, and I knew God then. Sometimes he said, I didn't know God then, but it's still the same. He treated it, even if he was ignorant or not, it was still sin. And he cried.
Yep.
It got to him so much, and it got to that level where he cried like David cried.
My man cried.
He cried, tears coming his eyes.
For the bad that he
Oh
did.
my God, look at me like this.
Yeah.
I don't know if he still see me as that person.
Yeah.
These are pointers. These are pointers. These are pointers. He said, now I know I'm going to die. Now think about dying. And then here in the Ecclesiastes, it said, think of the day of your death. Stay in the house of mourning, then go in the party. Because the house of mourning, when somebody die and you go around it, you're going to think about when you go. One day I'm going to be in there. That's something inevitable. You're going down. All must die.
Yeah.
All must die.
All.
Everything on this planet.
Every knee shall bend.
Everything is going to leave here.
And every tongue shall
There is
swear.
going to come a time when there's no life on this planet. When this planet is dead, God sink it and he bring it up and renew it. And he said it's going to be quiet as in the former days before he made man. Because there was a time he made the creation and there was still a time before man walked around. He said the earth going to be quiet as in those days again. So that means everything that you see now ain't lasting.
That's right.
It don't last forever.
That's right.
The only thing that lasts forever with us is righteousness. And that's what God is doing to save us from the event that has. All this is an event from the time Adam and Eve ate of that fruit. The event is everything must die now. But God didn't make it that way. He ain't do all these. He ain't make the heavens. You know how big the heavens, big the heavens big, and only God can measure it. Only God can tell you how big it is. Only God can tell you that. Let me tell you something about God. God doesn't associate himself with images. Okay? That's why all religions are dead. God lives outside of our reality. He sits on top of the heavens. He's not in the universe. He's not in space. His dwelling is above, outside of this universe. Okay? If you can fathom or you can think that there is somewhere outside of this place, it's very big where we're in. God is bigger than that. His throne, his seat is above the heavens. Okay? That's why he said, my thoughts are not your thoughts. My thoughts are too high. If I tell you certain secrets, you won't understand. Because you're not God. Nobody can understand God fully because you are not God. So the best thing to do is do what he say. No excuses, no explanation. Because he's God. You know what God makes us? It can only be one.
What he said? If he gathered his spirit,
He said, if I pull back,
gathered his spirit.
because his spirit is what we call life. It activates what we call life.
Yeah. What he said?
God created life. Life is not in God, but in God, because if the life leaves, God will die. God don't die. We got life in us, but it leaves. It comes from God.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
Life comes from God.
Yeah.
So when he went like this, in that man's nostrils, he put the breath of life. And I've seen people die and go, you don't see that chest go up and down. That breath, that spirit is out. You can't see it. You can't catch it. I can't say, hey, get back in me. I can't contain it.
You can't hold it in.
You can't master it. You know what he says? You can't master the spirit because people go, this is the reason for witchcraft. The reason for witchcraft is to try to doubt God and to go against everything that God say is right. God say, you're going to die. They say, we're going to live forever. I'm going to put my spirit in this charm, in this trinket, in rabbit's foots, in horseshoes. And you put these stuffs over the door. That's why I stay out of people's houses. So I can't live with people. As soon as you go in their house, you're under the banner of the cross. Or whatever they believe in, because it's right on their door. What's on our door? God. Our God and what he represents and everything is on our doorpost. He commanded us, right? They got stuff they put on their doorpost too.
Niggas got the altar in the back room.
And it's in the back room. Look. Masons. It is a requirement for all Masons to have the 6-point star. Okay? You see all this nice words, meanings. So they don't do this. They put the 6-point star there. All Masonic mean. Yeah. Now, I've been hearing all my life that you got Israelites that are Masonic. Right? But it's been kept like a secret. Yeah. Nobody say nothing. You know why? Because the brothers that are Masonic got bread. They got paper. They got money. They got prestige. They got prestige. They could go. They could go amongst the heathen and be like, yeah, I'm up there with you too. That's the problem with Israel. Solomon got rich because he didn't ask for it. He asked for wisdom. Give me enough wisdom, God. I'm going to need it because I don't want to have to crack like Moses did. Moses, it was too much for Moses. This time when he cried out to God, he said, yo, I didn't born these people didn't come from me. The cool dudes, the quiet dudes, you can't put too much on them, man. It's too much. You need help. That's why he took his spirit, okay, and spread it. And he got the elders. And he still needed help. They still messed with him. They still provoked him. God said, Moses, I want you to go do this. Moses go do it. The people get mad at him. The people get mad at him, knowing that he's under orders. So what you really is, what it really is, I see, they were just coming at Moses and Aaron because they couldn't get to God. So since you represent God, I'm gonna get you. See the prophets? Thus saith the Lord, kill them, because they represented the Most High. That's why sometimes you get a brush fire. That's why things happen, because I'm directing for him, but you gonna get it too. Know why? You was man. You was brother. You was blood. You was family. Anything associated with what I hate, get it too. Anything associated with what I love, get it too. That's just how it goes in life. If I love you, I love your sons. The way I deal with you, I'm gonna do the same way and maybe even greater with your sons. And you gotta do that with mine. And I tell my sons, you see him? Don't you ever. That's my friend. All he gotta do is say his friend. You mess with God, friend, see what happened? One man took Abraham's wife. God went in his dream that night. He said, you are a dead man. Yo, this God ain't no joke, man. He said, you are a dead man. Yo, Jake don't talk like that. He never reared up and said, yo, listen to the cross or die. He never did that. He said, suffer this, little kids. One man, grown man that don't have clothes on. I'm not gonna send my kids to a man that don't wear clothes.
Man, he tried to do the 12. He fed dirty. That's why he chased him.
I was told those were his lovers. They are called apostles. They come from the word apostate. You know what apostate means? One who lives life against God. That's what it means. And they're just trying to copy off us. We got 12 tribes. Jacob had 12 sons. We got 12 jewels in the breastplate, right? No, they got 12 days of Christmas. They want to do that. Every seat, every council has 12 in it. Yeah, I see it. I peeped it. I've been peeping it for years. They want to take a little bit of this and then go over here and tweak it and profane it to something where it works for you. And look, all religion got to do with money, man. All churches, synagogues, temples, all those places have to do with money. They get rich, man. They get rich, man. Nobody's being told to stop eating this. Nobody's getting told that's wrong. God don't like that. Nobody's being told. Everybody's being told, be yourself. Be yourself. Apparently, God don't like me being myself. He said, follow his ordinance. You know when you follow, he said, don't follow Egypt's ordinance. He said, you can't follow their ordinance. You don't follow the Canaanites' ordinance, you follow mine. The way you think is the first order of your lifestyle. Ordinance come from the word order, the way you order yourself, the way you order your life. God said, don't follow them. You grew up in Egypt, now you got to cut it. And that was a problem. That was a problem. And I see that on this side, looking out, looking out. I see that people come in and they have a hard time letting go.
Still hold on to that nigga.
They'll shrink that belief of a fake God, of the cross and all of whatever they be. They'll shrink it down, put it in that little pocket until it's time. Until you get on my nerves. Until I had enough of living like this. Yeah, and I got a good reason now. This is what I tell myself.
Pull that nigga.
It's not a good
out.
reason. And then I pull them out. I told a couple of people, I said, yo, if you don't heed the words that you were taught, you are going to go back to your lifestyle that you came from, and you're going to do worse. You know what that means? Because you know heathens, right? You got certain heathens, all right, they live a lifestyle. When they come here, and for whatever reason, they don't do this no more. They are worse heathens now than they were before they came.
Yeah.
Because they start, I watch it. I know guys that didn't do certain things before they knew God. And that's probably why God brought them here. Say, well, look, man, this guy here, he ain't got nothing. One way said, man, now I don't deal with tattoos. I don't do the tattoos. No, I don't deal with that. He got God gave him a chance. He said, man, you got a lot of stuff you naturally don't believe in. I like that because I hate those things. You naturally hate some of the abominations that I hate. You're not correct now, but you got some quality, you got potential that if I show you, you can tap into and overcome and say win the battle. And you come and you forget your way. People come here, now they head get like this. Now all of a sudden they know everything. They know everything. They know more than the teachers. They know more than the ones that's been here. They know more than the elders. Then they go off and do their own thing, have their own congregation.
With a bald head.
Okay? No, this is what happens. You come here, you go here, you go to Shaman, you go to these camps. People come to these camps and get their own idea how to serve God.
Yeah.
And then they leave. And then they leave. You know why? You know how I know? Because there's people that's been left from here. Because you have disagreed with what was coming out of here. But hey, they serve God over there too. When you go over there, you're going to hear something. You don't see them there. I said, oh, where's that brother? He don't go to no teachers no more. He's gone. He's been kicked out. He did not pass the initiation. He was worthy to come, or she was worthy to come here. God saw it worthy. Give you a chance. Give him a chance. Not everybody get that, man. There's babies that die not knowing God. There's people who live this planet and never heard what we teaching about. And their belief is in something else that is not alive. And they're going to die that way. But it's not a privilege to us. We don't handle this like it's a privilege. We don't handle this like a privilege because this is not what you really want. What do you really want? Whatever you really want, go after it. Be truthful. Right or wrong? Most I said choose. You can't play the bench. Because if you're going to do that, go ahead and be that. You know what comes with it. Whatever decision you choose, you know what comes with it. Time sheet.
And you shall not swear by my name falsely. Neither shall thou profane the name of thy God.
We don't swear by God's name falsely. Meaning, I don't have to say God's name to swear. You don't have to say God's name to swear. If I say, oh, El Shaddai, I called upon his name. That's the name that he accepts. God Almighty. He said, by God Almighty was I known to Abraham and Isaac and Jacob, your fathers. But Yod-Heh, Wav-Heh, I wasn't known to them. So you don't need to say God's name in prayer. You don't need to say God's name in glorifying him. Okay? You don't need what they didn't need. They didn't need it. They didn't know it. And because he told Moses, Moses didn't use it. Aaron didn't even use it. Keep on doubting what your teachers tell you. I've seen people come. A lot of people come. And I've seen all of them go. Because they thought they knew more than what they were taught. They went from camp to camp to camp thinking they knew everything. And guess where they at right now? Home. Washing their car. In the movies. Watching TV. Yeah. The people pick this day for their recreation. Their personal recreation. And then Sunday they rest. Yeah, even hustlers, gangsters. They outside right now doing their thing. Having fun. Then Sunday in the morning come up, you don't see nobody outside. You don't see nobody. That's not the day to shut down. Today's the day it's supposed to be quiet. Today.
want to get
Today is supposed to get shut down. People want to start turning up. Get emotional and everything.
Want to go everywhere. You want to do everything.
You want to do everything. You want to visit people in the hospital. You want to visit people in the hospital. Why you ain't visit the man or the woman during the week, man?
Come on, man. Because your job, that's why.
Oh, and you got people who's on their job right now.
Sure, fellas.
You got people who's on their job right now. You got people on their job right now. Okay? Tomorrow's going to be quiet. You can take advantage of it. Certain occupations. Yeah. Tell sheet.
Thou shalt not defraud thy neighbor, neither
To
rob him.
defraud him is to rob him. Is to tell him one thing and you do another. You tell him, hey, I'm gonna pay you this is the way I'm gonna pay you, blah, 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 and then it don't go down like that. You defrauded him, you robbed him. You can rob somebody when you don't give them what is owed to them. All you have to do is not give them what is owed to them. I don't have to actually come and take it from you all the time. You work for hire. I said, yo, I need you to clean out the backyard. I'll give you $100. It's not a lot. You say, cool. You clean out the backyard. You sweat. You even cut yourself. Okay, you sacrificed. You were supposed to go do something else, but you said, no, I'm gonna do this here because I need the money. I can't go home. My wife and my kids ain't got nothing. That means I'm not a provider. Right or wrong?
Right.
So my heart is set on this. And then you come tell me, yo, man, I forgot. When somebody come tell me, they say, when it come to me, you forget. If I owed you money, you wouldn't have forgot. Yeah, but because it's in my favor now, you forget. I hate when people tell me, yo, so what you mean you forgot? I called you today. You was on my back all week. The last time. So how could I forget? You forgot because you people push things to the back. And but look, I ain't dealing with that right now. And then you go on, blah, 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 and then I say, oh, I forgot. You push that back. You ain't forget. Because to forget is to be wicked. God, David said, I have not wickedly forgotten thy commandments. So there's no, oh, I forgot the feast day was coming in. Look, same information we get is for everybody. Everybody can get it. We get the Jewish calendars, right? Most American calendars, they're off. They keep track with like their holidays. At least they keep track with the days that's in Leviticus 23. You understand? So it's more close to our way of life. Okay? I could look on there and see when those days are coming up. But then you have people who God is not in their life like that. Yeah. And they call. Yo, when is this? Yo, when is that? And the last person I asked me, I said, yo, Channel 7 News knows when this feast day is coming up. Yeah, because they say, have a happy Passover. Channel 7 News. When Yom Kippur come up, the news will tell you. There's no such thing as forget. There's no such thing. You can't forget this. Abraham never said, oh, God, I forgot. Nah, this is not something you forget. Do people in other religions forget what they have to do to serve their God? No. They don't even forget. They don't forget their days. Don't you?
The wages of him that is hired shall not abide with thee all night until the morning.
I got his pay. I'm paying you. I'm just not, for whatever reason, I can't hold your money and give you in the morning. You need it now. Because the system was, I work today, I get paid by the evening time. At evening time, most of the work that you're going to get, like I told you before, jobs wasn't like that. Oh man, go get a job. They didn't have to do that because most people worked for their parents. Your inheritance come from what your father leave you. So I'm helping to take care of my inheritance. I'm helping my father with his, because when he leaves, he's gonna leave it to me. So I can't abandon this work. You see how it go? So they didn't have to go and get no job. Like today you gotta get jobs. Today you gotta have something coming in. Gotta have a check coming in because you gotta pay rent, because you gotta pay bills. They didn't have to do that. They didn't have to pay for water, utility bills, electricity bill. We didn't have no electricity bill. We didn't use it. We didn't use it. You know what we lit the house with? Lanterns, oil, lamps. It says in the book, a lot of times you will see candles, and when in the Hebrew it says lamps. Okay? And you know what we use to fuel it? Olive oil. Olive oil. That was our lights. There was no Con Edison. There was no gas bill. We are living in a different era, all right? Let y'all know that right now. But what we read about these people, most of the stuff, the blessings, the prophecies happened already for them. We are in a different time of this planet where everything is wicked. Y'all understand that? There is no people called Israel calling on the name of the Lord, as a collective. That's what was holding, saving the world. And if that would have stayed like that, everybody would have came and learned in time. Some shit. So now I don't want to hear, yo, man, we got to teach the world because those are our people. No. Look, the Israelites were black. The Canaanites were black. Am I right or wrong? The Hivites were black people. The Syrians were black people. The Egyptians were black people because Moses was mistaken for an Egyptian. That means he was dressed like an Egyptian. He was the same color. So they said, oh, that's an Egyptian right there. Okay? The Assyrians were black. The Babylonians, they were blacks. So it's not, if you're black, you're Israel. Where are people getting this from?
If you black, you're a nigga.
And I heard another thing. Well, all the blacks that's here in America were from this tribe. And the ones from Haiti is from Lewi. The ones from Panama is out of this. It don't go like that. Okay? A man from I forgot his name, but from the 1960s, a man came up with that. And everybody ran with it. People in the islands right now, they think they have the tribe of Judah, not the tribe of Lewi. But they don't even understand if you read the history. Okay? You got Africa on the bottom. You got Israel in the middle. That's why they call it the Middle East. And then above that is Europe. And those three, Shem, Ham, and Japheth. Japheth went up to Europe. Shem stayed in the middle. Ham went down there into what we call Africa. So you mean to tell me all those Africans are Israelites too? Those people with plates in their lips, big giant plates in their lips, and they got statues of their God hanging off there. Man, listen.
Talk that racist.
Listen to me. This ain't got nothing to do with color or color. It's got to do with kind. What kind of person are you?
Just crispy, that's
okay. All. So stop it, man. We're not hung up on this black stuff.
Out of here, man.
That's the whole world is hung up on it. Okay, all the iniquities were done by black people first. First murder was done by who? Cain. He was black. So it's not about that. It's about your heart and changing your heart and your ways according to the laws of God. It's not even about, hey, man, it's only Israel could do this. Anybody could do these commandments. It's all out now. Israel through their inheritance for it. Tamshi.
Thou shalt not curse to death, nor put a stumbling block before the blind, but shalt fear thy God. I am the Lord. You shall do no unrighteousness in judgment. Thou shalt not respect the person of the poor.
If I'm gonna take a matter to say who's right or wrong, I have to be correct. That's what it means. No unrighteousness in judgment. My decision has to be correct by the laws of God. It has to be just. I cannot make a decision because I don't like the guy or because he gets on my nerves. Well, right now, the guy I don't like is right before God, and I have to side with him. That cuts your pride. Okay? One guy said, man, I'm not on your side, and I'm not on your side. I'm on the truth side. Okay? Tell she.
You shall do no unrighteousness in judgment. Thou shalt not respect the person of the poor.
Do not respect just because he's poor, you let him off.
Nor honor the person of the mighty.
The mighty, he's strong. He got soldiers. He's a killer. He's intimidating. You let him go because he's always, it's going to be something. So let it be something. Can't be letting people come and do what they want, say what they want, and it's against the rules. Ain't nobody say nothing. And then the person is strong with their mouth with it. Nah, no good. So he said, when you're going to judge a matter, you got to be correct in that matter. Judge accordingly. You don't judge according to persons who I like and who I don't like, who is rich and who is not rich, who did more better, who did good over here. I only judge you and you according to this matter right now. Okay? Yeah, but he always do it. So maybe he decided not to. Maybe he just ain't do it. Maybe he's going to do it next week. He didn't do it this time. This matter has to be done and taken care of now, here. None in his past. Put the argument we had to the side. All of that has to get put to the side. We're too emotional on everything else except God. Tell she.
But in righteousness thou shalt judge thy neighbor.
And the neighbor has to take the decision. You know what that means?
That's it.
I got a problem with we go to the person judges the matter, and they say I was wrong, right? I gotta accept that.
Mm-hmm.
You know why? Because back then, if you didn't accept it, they kill you. If you didn't agree, they kill you. Yeah. Tell me.
Thou shalt not go up and down as a talebearer among thy people. Neither shalt thou stand against
You
the blood
don't
of thy
know if
neighbor.
it's true or not. First of all, you don't even know if this is true or not. That's everybody. You just following what people say because bad stuff is juicy. Wicked stuff is juicy to the ears. Tea, drama, toxicity. Everybody loves that. It ain't a good show. Man, it's too nice. Nobody wants to watch a show where there's no cursing and everybody's nice. And people take their time. Nobody want to watch that. They want to watch Love and Hip Hop. See the type of mindset? I want to watch this. I want to watch that because, you see what he did to him? And then this is the action. We're like Romans. The Romans, their entertainment was people killing each other. You put two innocent people together and let them kill for sport. Nobody, they don't get paid nothing. And look, those guys, they didn't even get free. That's how the Roman sport is blood. When they cohabitate, they'll cohabitate in the blood of people who they killed. You know that, right? They really cohabitate. They make babies in blood. They cover their bed in blood and make love in blood in worship of their deities. That's why it's not good to follow. You don't know when you follow the people today, you follow an old customs back here that you read about.
Nothing new.
Nothing new. Nothing new. What you say? What you said? One of them things in the book, one of them names in the book is Jake.
They think shaving their eyebrows is new.
Oh, shaving your
Egyptians
eyebrows.
was doing that for the dead.
The Egyptians started that.
For the dead.
The Egyptians and the Babylonians started shaving.
That's right. That's right. You're right.
And it's in worship of the dead
That's right.
and dead gods.
They think that's
Gods that they said used to walk on this planet and then got killed. They also worship them. Yeah. These are the same gods that were born of a woman. How can a God be a baby? My God wasn't no baby.
Have an
He
end.
was not even a man
Have a beginning.
to be a baby. He doesn't have a beginning. He doesn't have an end. People can't believe that because they can't accept the fact there is only one that exists like that.
Without beginning.
You understand? Without
Without
beginning, without end. You can't put your mind, okay? That's why you gotta leave it alone. Just accept. There's certain things are too high for you. God lives outside of this universe, what we call the universe. He don't live in here. He don't dwell here. He visits. He visits with occurrences of man and certain things. He said, I'm gonna go down there on earth and see what they built. And he went down there. They didn't see God. He was invisible. At that time, he didn't come down in the cloud. He came down, but the man didn't see him. Because sometimes he said, he know what they doing. He said, man, let me go down there. Wow, you God. He said, yo, they gonna make it too. He said, look, man. He turned around now. He talking to his host that's there with him. They're building the tower, but they don't see or even feel God's presence. He's right there. Devil is the same way, and his minions. God said, yo, you see what these guys? You see what man does naturally. When the world comes together, it is not to serve God.
It's not good.
Just remember that.
It's not good.
It is not to serve God when everybody hold hands and everybody think it's one. Here, it is not good. They're not going to have the mindset to serve God. Okay? Get this in your mind.
World.
Okay? World peace. All right. Okay, world in pieces.
Peace with all the nations.
Nah, world in pieces. That's why there was so much trauma back then. He said, man,
That's that.
who these people think they are? But they said, who is he? He said, who is their God?
We had beef.
Rebel said, who is their God? I don't know him.
Yeah, beef.
Who is that? Who's I am? I don't know. I never, where is he? What's his name? What do he look like? Because everybody has a God that you can see.
Everybody was
But they never heard of this. You guys are slaves. And y'all, all of a sudden now, after 400 years, you talking about let y'all go? What? Well, y'all, look, you got somebody working for you, and you ain't got to pay them. See, that's why God said pay the man. When you have millions of people working for you, and you don't have to pay them, you're going to be like this country on top of the world. That's what Egypt was.
Ever beef
When
with
you have a whole nation of people and they got to work or die, there's no workers' union, compensation, employees, all that, ain't none of that. It's taskmaster. Wow, wow. That's why they cry was so bitter. And that's why God said, y'all ain't got no business turning against me. Because when y'all was in Egypt, amongst the flesh pots and all that stuff you're crying about now, you cried to get out of there. See, when things don't go your way, man, I'm getting out of here. And then you go where you good. And then when things don't go your way there, I'm getting out of here. That's us. That's Israel. That's Israel. Oh man, if we had stayed in Egypt, we'd have been good. When you was in Egypt, you was bad. You cried out to God. God heard it. That's why he brought you out. Now he's testing you. Moses told you that this is a test. Moses told you the reason why that thing is on fire is to make you scared. To make you scared, and so you keep your fear before God that you don't sin.
That you sin not. That's right.
So things happen to us, but God knows. Look, if I get this done to him, or I let this happen, he gonna rethink himself. So he chastised those in love, the ones that's hard, so you can wake up. Everybody else ain't doing that too. They're gonna ride smooth, be happy in life. All right, Israel only happy that they had God to serve, because they wasn't happy with the way the world was. They cried out, right or wrong. Man, why is this happening? Why this person is right, this person is wrong, but the people go with the person that's wrong. The majority is always equal. And they started asking these questions. Why? And at that time changed. God said, he said, the blessings are not going out after this. After the Maccabee era, there was nobody to bless. There was nobody to say, well, look, these people here, everybody's gone. Whoever's still alive is in the land of their enemies, serving Jake, serving this, serving themselves. Tell she.
Thou shalt not hate thy brother in thy heart. Thou shalt in any wise rebuke thy neighbor.
We got a problem with saying, I'm sorry. I apologize. I was wrong. And we got a problem with accepting that. When I've heard people say, oh man, my bad. But you still gotta, when these things gonna break, man? Why I like to hold on? Gotta let go, because that's probably why I'm so miserable. He said, man, why are your thoughts? Yeah, God asked me, he said, man, he said, why is your thoughts so burdensome? Why do you burden yourself with thoughts you got no business thinking?
That's why you're so miserable.
That's why you're miserable.
You stuck on the bad path.
You stuck
Go.
and won't let it go.
Let it go.
It happened for a reason. Everything is a test. You got to let it go. God said, let go of the ordinances that y'all learned in Egypt. Y'all didn't grow up Israelites. The children of Israel, that first generation that came out of Egypt, they did not grow up in the way of life. They were just Israelites by hereditary means, but they grew up living like Egyptians. Okay? They celebrated Egyptian days. They didn't know there was no law. God didn't give the law yet. They didn't know it. So that was the problem. All these people getting the ways of Egypt out of them. And God was giving them the kindness of, but they just wouldn't take it. And nobody would. The only ones were like Moses, Joshua, and Caleb, because he said they holy 100%.
Everything. Holy.
So that means, so if they 100%, we got to be 200. Because the stuff they was facing, we facing that and more. Shalom Aleichem.
Shalom Aleichem.
Oh, keep going. Keep going.
Yeah.
Tamshi. Tamshi.
Thou shalt not avenge nor bear any grudge
I'm sorry,
against the children
y'all.
of thy people.
I know. See, when it's time for me, when I come up, I know it's almost that time. It's almost that time to eat and everything. But look. There's times when look, man. Y'all don't know, man. Y'all got it light. This training is light for y'all. Trust me.
Thou shalt not avenge nor bear any grudge against the children of thy people, but thou shalt love thy neighbor as thyself.
No, if you say, man, that's your people. Your people, you know who your people are. We're not gonna get into all that. You do not keep a grudge against them. When you keep a grudge against somebody, you cannot wait to take vengeance. You understand that? That's what a grudge does. A grudge is waiting to take vengeance.
Right.
I'm not letting that go. If all I could do is just shoot your name down, put something on you, right? They said, all right, put it like this. 2 guys came up and said that this man blasphemed God. They didn't have no tape recorders, no video recorders back then, right? But back then, 2 witnesses were honored. You understand what I'm saying? 2 witnesses didn't get together and lie until later on in the time of Susanna. Okay? So when 2 witnesses came up and they said this was it, that's what it was. They were not lying because these were honorable people. Today, you cannot go by 2 witnesses with certain men. All right. I'll leave it alone. I got 2 witnesses. The Lord said 2 witnesses. All right, y'all saying the same. But I'm still watching because you got 2 judges that lied in the book. 2 judges that got together. They had the same sin on their mind and ran into each other. Oh, shoot.
Diligent.
Look, what are you doing here? What are you doing here? They put, look. All right, look, man. We're going to have to say that she tried to lie with both of us.
And those was what? Men with titles.
Those were judges, princes, men of renown. Watch out for flattering titles. Job talk about flattering titles.
Not because he had a title.
Means that, no. He was a sneak freak. Because he behind the bushes looking at another man's wife washing. not knowing that there's another judge that he's sitting at the table with and judge people with, doing the same thing. So, and that was back then. So today in wisdom, okay, we got two witnesses that say the same thing. All right, I was in the matter alone for that. But look, I still got to watch because they could be lying. Daniel said, separate the two witnesses, those two judges. You know how you got them? You know how you got them?
I ain't with this.
He said, okay, what tree? What you stand up on? One guy said a mastic tree, another guy said a juniper tree. You can't make a mistake with those trees. Thank you. See, wisdom will tell you the right questions to ask.
Like one would have said a bush, and the other one would have said a palm tree.
Right. All right. Palm trees up there, a bush there. So I know one of y'all lying. Y'all lying. That's how I know. Y'all was grouped together, so y'all supposed to have the same story. We supposed to have the same story if we witness something.
Like how we getting them pins.
Yeah.
That story together.
Yeah.
Go to court.
Because you go to court now, these two witnesses, I can eat them up. You say, Your Honor, now I can get up there as a lawyer, the defense lawyer. I call you up, and your questions, your answers to my questions will be different to your partner when he get up there. The judge gonna see it. He's gonna say, well, look, I can't go along with the decision to persecute because the witnesses, they're not corroborating. That's the word they use in court. That's right. Even in the courts, you don't lie. Don't go in there making up lies. Don't do that. You don't go in there making up lies.
That's real talk.
Because you still go in there to swear. You swear it. You still swear to tell the truth. Right? You swear to God when you go up there. You say that. You can't go in there lying. Because look, if they catch you lying, perjury.
How I told him I cannot release this.
He said, I cannot. Look. I'm not going to tell you, I don't know. I'm going to tell you, I can't tell you. You told the judge, I can't tell you this information. Your Honor. So all due respect, Your Honor, I can't give out that information. And they respected him for that. And didn't treat him all well. He got locked up because he ain't say nothing. But the people that were dealt with him, his handlers, respected him.
The lawyer told him, he said, if you tell the judge, they're gonna let you go. He said, I can't tell you.
He said, I can't tell the judge.
The lawyer put his hand on his shoulder. He said, good man. He said, you're a good man.
Your handlers.
He said, you're gonna see. He said, you're gonna see.
You're gonna see the light. And he did.
That's right.
God walked him out of there.
That's right.
Blessed be his holy
So
name.
you don't let nobody else get burnt.
Rats.
With you. That's what a rat is. That's what a snitch is. You got caught, and now you gonna snitch everybody out. Yeah. Yo, it's I gotta find it in here. Talk about informers. It talk about informers. Informer. They had a song called Informer. I'm gonna find it. I'm gonna have it for y'all next week where it talk about informers.
Rats.
You letting off information you ain't got no business letting off. You know what's gonna happen to him if you say it. Town sheets.
Thou shalt not avenge, nor bear any grudge against the children of thy people, but thou shalt love thy neighbor as thyself.
We forgive heathens, can't forgive our brother. How about that? How about that? I've seen people consolidate with heathens, but then with your brethren, with your Israelite brethren, your brothers, your family, you can't so easily do that. Town sheet.
You shall keep my statutes. Thou shalt not let thy cattle engender with a diverse kind.
Why? He didn't say why, right?
Right.
Did it say why?
Right. No.
Look, this is what I learned. Whatever it's saying in the book, we stick to that. Do stick to it. Because I've heard people say, you don't let them gender with a diverse kind. Or you don't let them sow with it's an uneven yoke. No. You don't let your cattle dwell with nothing but the cows. The cows stay with the cows. The bulls stay with the bulls. With its kind. Because animals don't have what we have. It's sentience. Okay? All right. This puppy came from his mother, the mother dog. After he grow a certain age, she don't look at him as her son. He don't look at her as his mother. He's not feeding off of her nipples no more. She's not giving suck. When he gets a certain adolescent age and he's ready to procreate, have sex, he's going to jump on the same one that he came from. And there's no sin from that. That's why God likens man to dogs and beasts with the things we do. Because beasts and animals don't wear clothes. There's no rules. There's no such thing as incest in a family of dogs or cats. Okay? They weren't given those commandments. Man was. That's why we were given the command to rule these dogs and these cats. He said, but I give you the earth to rule, and you bow down to everything in it.
The son was here to serve us.
Serve us.
You go worship the damn
You
son.
worshiping the son. You calling the son. I'm God. You calling the son God. What are you doing? The creations that I made for you to be dominant over. You want. He said it. He said, man, I give you beautiful scenarios. He said, I give you streams and rivers. Streams and rivers. Where you can go and sit down with your woman and have a picnic. He said, oh, wow, look at God. Look how God made this. Look how God worked. He said, but no, you don't look at that and say, wow, somebody created this. And you can see the beauty in what God. You going to turn around and bow down to it. You bow down to the same scenario. The whole world is idolatrous as hell, man. Idolatrous as hell, man. You really got to really keep a focus on. There's a thin line between turning to an idol and not. Tamshi?
Thou shalt not sow thy field with mingled seeds.
All it means is to take two different seeds, all right, and plant them together. Pollination, germination, that happens naturally. That's why stuff grows wild. You understand? That's what all these fancy words means is wild. He said the wild gourd means a wild melons or wild garlic, anything that's grown.
Oh yeah. Let the people know you can't say G's, man. You see something like G's.
Okay, there's a saying.
It's that nigga name.
There's a saying when people say G's, that's short for.
That's his name.
Okay.
Don't say that.
You see how people call me Mick? Okay, it's the same thing.
That's a name.
That's short for G's. Yeez, Yeezy, G's. All of that is the same.
That's right.
All of that is the same. That's why we don't wear Yeezys no more. Okay, remember that's that man's God. Okay, and he dedicated his lifestyle in making certain things because of his God, and he called that thing after he slanged it. He took the word Jesus and turned it into Yeez. Then there's Yeezy. Read about it. He went from that, and that's how it broke down. We can't follow everything y'all see, man. Shalom alaikum.
Shalom alaikum.